The Mystical Hymns of Orpheus by Thomas Taylor. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Introduction. The Grecian theology, which originated from Orpheus, was not only promulgated by him, but also by Pythagoras and Plato, who, for their transcendent genius, will always be ranked by the intelligent among the prodigies of the human race. By the first of these illustrious men, however, it was promulgated mystically and symbolically, by the second, enigmatically and through images, and scientifically by the third. That this theology indeed was derived from Orpheus is clearly testified by those two great philosophic luminaries, Iamblichus and Proclus. For by them we are informed that what Orpheus delivered mystically through arcane narrations, this Pythagoras learned when he celebrated orgies in the Thracian Libritha, being initiated by Eleusinian in the mystic wisdom which Orpheus derived from his mother Calliope in the mountain Pangaeus. This sublime theology, though it was scientifically disseminated by Plato, yet comfortably to the custom of the most ancient philosophers, was delivered by him synoptically and in such a way as to be inaccessible to the vulgar. But when, in consequence of the commencement of a degraded and barren period, this theology became corrupted through the negligence and confusion of its votaries, then such of his disciples as happened to live when it was thus degraded and deformed found it necessary to unfold it more fully, in order to prevent its becoming utterly extinct. The men by whom this arduous task was accomplished were the last of the disciples of Plato, men who, though they lived in a base age, possessed a divine genius, and who, having happily fathomed the depth of their great master's works, luminously and copiously developed their recondite meaning and benevolently communicated it in their writings for the general good. From this golden chain of philosophers, as they have been justly called, my elucidations of the present mystic hymns are principally derived, for I know of no other genuine sources, if it be admitted, and it must by every intelligent reader, that the theology of Orpheus is the same as that of Pythagoras and Plato. Hence I shall not take any notice of the theories of Bryant and Faber and other modern mythological writers, because these theories, however ingenious they may be, are so far from elucidating that they darken, confound, and pollute the Grecian theology by mingling it with other systems, to which it is as perfectly foreign and hostile as wisdom is to folly and intellect to craft. That the philosophic reader, therefore, may be convinced of the truth of this observation, the following epitome of this theology, derived from the above-mentioned sources, is subjoined. In the first place, this theology celebrates the immense principle of things as something superior even to being itself, as exempt from the whole of things, of which it is nevertheless ineffably the source, and does not, therefore, think fit to connumerate it with any triad or order of beings. Indeed, it even apologizes for attempting to give an appropriate name to this principle, which is in reality ineffable, and ascribes the attempt to the imbecility of human nature, which, striving intently to behold it, gives the appellation of the most simple of its conceptions to that which is beyond all knowledge and all conception. Hence Plato denominates it the One and the Good, by the former of these names indicating its transcendent simplicity, and by the latter its subsistence as the object of desire to all beings. For all things desire good. But Orpheus, as Proclus well observes, availing himself of the license of fables, manifests everything prior to heaven, or the intelligible and at the same time intellectual order, by names, as far as to the first cause. He also denominates the ineffable, who transcends the intelligible unities, time. And this according to a wonderful analogy, indicating the generation, in other words, the ineffable evolution into light of all things, from the immense principle of all. For, as Proclus elsewhere observes, where there is generation, there also time has a subsistence. And in this way, the celebrated theogony of Orpheus and other Grecian theologists is to be understood. As the first cause, then, is the one, and this is the same with the good, the universality of things must form a whole, the best and the most profoundly united in all its parts which can possibly be conceived. For the first good must be the cause of the greatest good, that is, the whole of things, and as goodness is union, the best production must be that which is most united. But as there is a difference in things, and some are more excellent than others, and this in proportion to their proximity to the first cause, a profound union can no otherwise take place than by the extremity of a superior order coalescing through intimate alliance with the summit of one proximately inferior. Hence the first of bodies, though they are essentially corporeal, yet through habitude or alliance are most vital, or lives. The highest of souls are after this manner intellects, and the first of beings are gods. For as being is the highest of things after the first cause, its first subsistence must be according to a superessential characteristic. Now that which is superessential, considered as participated by the highest or true being, constitutes that which is called intelligible, so that every true being depending on the gods is a divine intelligible. It is divine, indeed, as that which is deified, but it is intelligible as the object of desire to intellect, as perfective and connective of its nature, and as the plenitude of being itself. But in the first being, life and intellect subsist according to cause, for everything subsists either according to cause or according to hyparxis, or according to participation. That is, everything may be considered either as subsisting occultly in its cause, or openly in its own order, or according to what it is, or as participated by something else. The first of these is analogous to light when viewed subsisting in its fountain, the sun, the second to the light immediately proceeding from the sun, and the third to the splendor communicated to other natures by this light. The first procession, therefore, from the first cause will be the intelligible triad, consisting of being, life, and intellect, which are the three highest things after the first God, and of which being is prior to life, and life to intellect. For whatever partakes of life partakes also of being, but the contrary is not true, and therefore being is above life, since it is the characteristic of higher natures to extend their communications beyond such as are subordinate. But life is prior to intellect, because all intellectual natures are vital, but all vital natures are not intellectual. But in this intelligible triad, on account of its superessential characteristic, all things may be considered as subsisting according to cause, and consequently number here has not a proper subsistence, but is involved in unproceeding union, and absorbed in superessential light. Hence, when it is called a triad, we must not suppose that any essential distinction takes place, but must consider this appellation as expressive of its ineffable perfection. For as it is the nearest of all things to the one, its union must be transcendently profound and ineffably occult. All the gods, indeed, considered according to their unities, are all in all, and are at the same time united with the first God, like rays to light, or the radii of a circle to the center. And hence they are all established in their ineffable principle, as Proclus in Parmenid beautifully observes, like the roots of trees in the earth, so that they are all as much as possible superessential, just as trees are eminently of an earthly nature, without at the same time being earth itself. For the nature of the earth, as being a whole, and therefore having a perpetual subsistence, is superior to the partial natures which it produces. The intelligible triad, therefore, from existing wholly according to the superessential, possesses an inconceivable profundity of union both with itself and its cause, and hence it appears to the eye of intellect as one simple indivisible splendor, beaming from an unknown and inaccessible fire. The Orphic theology, however, concerning the intelligible gods, or the highest order of divinities, is, as we are informed by Damascus, as follows. Time, as we have already observed, is symbolically said to be the one principle of the universe, but ether and chaos are celebrated as the two principles immediately posterior to this one, and being, simply considered, is represented under the symbol of an egg. And this is the first triad of the intelligible gods. But for the perfection of the second triad, they establish either a conceiving and a conceived egg as a god, or a white garment or a cloud. Because from these, Phanes leaps forth into light. For indeed they philosophize variously concerning the middle triad. But Phanes here represents intellect. To conceive him, however, besides this, as father and power, contributes nothing to Orpheus. But they call the third triad Mytis as intellect, Ericapius as power, and Phanes as father. But sometimes the middle triad is considered according to the three-shaped god, while conceived in the egg, for the middle always represents each of the extremes, as in this instance, where the egg and the three-shaped god subsist together. And here you may perceive that the egg is that which is united, but that the three-shaped and really multiform God is the separating and discriminating cause of that which is intelligible. Likewise, the middle triad subsists according to the egg, as yet united, but the third according to the God who separates and distributes the whole intelligible order. And this is the common and familiar Orphic theology. But that delivered by Hieronymus and Hellanicus is as follows. According to them, water and matter were the first productions, from which earth was secretly drawn forth, so that water and earth are established as the two first principles, the latter of these having a dispersed subsistence, but the former conglutinating and connecting the latter. They are silent, however, concerning the principle prior to these two, as being ineffable. For as there are no illuminations about him, his arcane and ineffable nature is from hence sufficiently evinced. But the third principle, posterior to these two, water and earth, and which is generated from them, is a dragon, naturally endued with the heads of a bull and a lion, but in the middle having the countenance of the god himself. They add likewise that he has wings on his shoulders, and that he is called Undecaying Time, and Hercules. That necessity resides with him, which is the same as nature, and incorporeal adrastia, which is extended throughout the universe, whose limits she binds in amicable conjunction. But as it appears to me, they denominate this third principle as established according to essence, and assert, besides this, that it subsists as male and female for the purpose of exhibiting the generative causes of all things. I likewise find in the Orphic rhapsodies that neglecting the two first principles, together with the one principle who is delivered in silence, the third principle, posterior to the two, is established by the theology as the original, because this first of all possesses something effable and commensurate to human discourse. For in the former hypothesis, the highly reverenced and undecaying time, the father of ether and chaos, was the principle. But in this, time is neglected, and the principle becomes a dragon. It likewise calls triple ether moist, and chaos infinite, and Erebus cloudy and dark, delivering this second triad analogous to the first, this being potential as that was paternal. Hence the third procession of this triad is dark Erebus, its paternal and summit ether, not according to a simple but intellectual subsistence, but its middle, infinite chaos, considered as a progeny or procession, and among these parturient, because from these the third intelligible triad proceeds. What then is the third intelligible triad? I answer, the egg, the duad of the natures of male and female which it contains, and the multitude of all various seeds residing in the middle of this triad. And the third among these is an incorporeal god, bearing golden wings on his shoulders, but in his inward parts naturally possessing the heads of bulls, upon which heads a mighty dragon appears, invested with the all various forms of wild beasts. This last, then, must be considered as the intellect of the triad, but the middle progeny, which are many as well as two, correspond to power, and the egg itself is the paternal principle of the third triad. But the third god of this third triad, this theology, celebrates as Protagonist and calls him Jupiter, the disposer of all things and of the whole world, and on this account denominates him Pan. And such is the information which this theology affords us concerning the genealogy of the intelligible principles of things. But in the writings of the peripatetic Eudemus, containing the theology of Orpheus, the whole intelligible order is passed over in silence, and being every way ineffable and unknown, and incapable of verbal enunciation. Eudemus, therefore, commences his genealogy from night, from which also Homer begins, though Eudemus is far from making the Homeric genealogy consistent and connected, for he asserts that Homer begins from Ocean and Tethys. It is, however, apparent that Night is, according to Homer, the greatest divinity, since she is reverenced even by Jupiter himself. For the poet says of Jupiter that he feared lest he should act in a manner displeasing to swift Night, so that Homer begins his genealogy of the gods from Night. But it appears to me that Hesiod, when he asserts that chaos was first generated, signifies by chaos the incomprehensible and perfectly united nature of that which is intelligible, but that he produces earth, the first from thence, as a certain principle of the whole procession of the gods. Unless, perhaps, chaos is the second of the two principles, but earth, Tartarus, and love from the triple intelligible. So that love is to be placed for the third monad of the intelligible order, considered according to its convertive nature, for it is thus denominated by Orpheus in his Rhapsodies. But earth for the first, as being first established in a certain firm and essential station, but Tartarus for the middle, as in a certain respect, exciting and moving forms into distribution. But Acusilus appears to me to establish chaos for the first principle as entirely unknown, and after this, two principles, Erebus as male and Night as female, placing the latter for infinity, but the former for bound. But from the mixture of these, he says that ether, love, and counsel are generated, forming three intelligible hypostases, and he places ether as the summit, but love in the middle, according to its naturally middle subsistence, but metis, or counsel, as the third, and the same as highly reverenced intellect. And according to the history of Eudemus, from these he produces a great number of other gods. Thus far Damascius, with whose very interesting narration the doctrine of the Chaldeans concerning the intelligible order accords, as delivered by Johannes Picus in his Conclusions according to the opinion of the Chaldean theologists. The intelligible coordination, says he, is not in the intellectual coordination, as Amasis the Egyptian asserts, but is above every intellectual hierarchy, imparticipably concealed in the abyss of the first unity and under the obscurity of the first darkness. But from this triad it may be demonstrated that all the processions of the gods may be comprehended in 6 orders. For example, the intelligible order, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual, the supermundane, the liberated, and the mundane. For the intelligible, as we have already observed, must hold the first rank, and must consist of being, life, and intellect. In other words, must abide, proceed, and return, at the same time that it is characterized or subsists principally according to causally permanent being. But in the next place, that which is both intelligible and intellectual succeeds, which must likewise be triple, but must principally subsist according to life or intelligence. And in the third place, the intellectual order must succeed, which is triply convertive. But as in consequence of the existence of the sensible world, it is necessary that there should be some demiurgic cause of its existence. This cause can only be found in intellect and in the last hypostasis of the intellectual triad. For all forms in this hypostasis subsist according to all various and perfect divisions, and forms can only fabricate when they have a perfect intellectual separation from each other. But since fabrication is nothing more than procession, the demiurgus will be to the posterior order of gods what the one is to the orders prior to the demiurgus, and consequently he will be that secondarily which the first cause of all is primarily. Hence, his first production will be an order of gods analogous to the intelligible order, and which is denominated supermundane. After this, he must produce an order of gods similar to the intelligible and intellectual order, and which are denominated liberated gods. And, in the last place, a procession correspondent to the intellectual order, and which can be no other than the mundane gods. For the demiurgus is chiefly characterized according to diversity, and is allotted the boundary of all universal hypostases. All these orders are enfolded by Plato in the conclusions which the second hypothesis of his Parmenides contains, and this in a manner so perfectly agreeable to the Orphic and Chaldaic theology that he who can read and understand the incomparable work of Proclus on Plato's theology will discover how ignorantly the latter Platonists have been abused by the moderns as fanatics and corrupters of the doctrine of Plato. According to the theology of Orpheus, therefore, all things originate from an immense principle, to which, through the imbecility and poverty of human conception, we give a name, though it is perfectly ineffable, and in the reverential language of the Egyptians, is a thrice unknown darkness, in the contemplation of which all knowledge is refunded into ignorance. Hence, as Plato says in the conclusion of his first hypothesis in the Parmenides, it can neither be named nor spoken of, nor conceived by opinion, nor be known or perceived by any being. The peculiarity also of this theology, and in which its transcendency consists, is this, that it does not consider the highest God to be simply the principle of beings, but the principle of principles, in other words, of deiform processions from itself, all of which are eternally rooted in the unfathomable depths of the immensely great source of their existence, and of which they may be called superessential ramifications and superluminous blossoms. When the ineffable transcendency of the first God, which was considered, as I have elsewhere observed, to be the grand principle in the heathen theology, by its most ancient promulgators, Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Plato, was forgotten, this oblivion was doubtless the cause of dead men being deified by the pagans. Had they properly disposed their attention to this transcendency, they would have perceived it to be so immense as to surpass eternity, infinity, self-subsistence, and even essence itself, and that these in reality belong to those venerable natures which are, as it were, first unfolded into light from the arcane recesses of the truly mystic unknown cause of all. For, as Simplicius beautifully observes, it is requisite that he who ascends to the principle of things should investigate whether it is possible there can be anything better than the supposed principle, and if something more excellent is found, the same inquiry should again be made respecting that, till we arrive at the highest conceptions, than which we have no longer any more venerable. Nor should we stop in our ascent till we find this to be the case, for there is no occasion to fear that our progression will be through an unsubstantial void, by conceiving something about the first principles which is greater than and surpasses their nature. For it is not possible for our conceptions to take such a mighty leap as to equal, and much less to pass beyond, the dignity of the first principles of things. He adds, "This therefore is one and the best extension of the soul to the highest God, and is as much as possible irreprehensible. For example, to know firmly that by ascribing to him the most venerable excellencies we can conceive, and the most holy and primary names and things, we ascribe nothing to him which is suitable to his dignity. It is sufficient, however, to procure our pardon for the attempt that we can attribute to him nothing superior. If it is not possible, therefore, to form any ideas equal to the dignity of the immediate progeny of the ineffable, in other words, of the first principles of things, how much less can our conceptions reach the principle of these principles, who is concealed in the superluminous darkness of occultly initiating silence? Had the heathens, therefore, considered as they ought this transcendency of the supreme God and his immediate offspring, they never would have presumed to equalize the human with the divine nature, and consequently would never have worshipped men as gods. Their theology, however, is not to be accused as the cause of this impiety, but their forgetfulness of the sublimest of its dogmas and the confusion with which this oblivion was necessarily attended. The following additional information, also respecting the Orphic theology, will greatly contribute to an elucidation of these mystic hymns. According to this theology, each of the gods is in all, and all are in each, being ineffably united to each other and the highest God. Because each being a superessential unity, their conjunction with each other is a union of unities. And hence it is by no means wonderful that each is celebrated as all. But another and a still more appropriate cause may be assigned of each of the celestial gods being called by the appellations of so many other deities, which is this, that according to the Orphic theology, each of the planets is fixed in a luminous ethereal sphere called a wholeness, because it is a part with a total subsistence, and is analogous to the sphere of the fixed stars. In consequence of this analogy, each of these planetary spheres contains a multitude of gods, who are the satellites of the leading divinity of the sphere, and subsist conformably to his characteristics. This doctrine, which, as I have elsewhere observed, is one of the grand keys to the mythology and theology of the ancients, is not clearly delivered by any other ancient writer than Proclus, and has not, I believe, been noticed by any other modern author than myself. But the following are the passages in which this theory is unfolded by Proclus in his admirable commentaries on the Timaeus of Plato. In each of the celestial spheres, the whole sphere has the relation of a monad, but the cosmocrators, or planets, are the leaders of the multitude in each. For in each, a number analogous to the choir of the fixed stars subsists with appropriate circulations. And in another part of the same book, there are other divine animals following the circulations of the planets, the leaders of which are the 7 planets, all which Plato comprehends in what is here said. For these also revolve and have a wandering of such a kind as that which he a little before mentioned of the 7 planets, for they revolve in conjunction with and make their apokatastases together with their principles, just as the fixed stars are governed by the whole circulation of the ineratic sphere. And still more fully in page 281. Each of the planets is a whole world, comprehending in itself many divine genera invisible to us. Of all these, however, the visible star has the government, and in this the fixed stars differ from those in the planetary spheres, that the former have one monad, for example the ineratic sphere, which is the wholeness of them, but that in each of the latter there are invisible stars, which revolve together with their spheres, so that in each there is both the wholeness and a leader, which is allotted an exempt transcendency. For the planets, being secondary to the fixed stars, require a twofold prefecture, the one more total, but the other more partial. But that in each of these there is a multitude coordinate with each, you may infer from the extremes. For if the ineratic sphere has a multitude coordinate with itself, and earth is the wholeness of terrestrial, in the same manner as the ineratic sphere is of celestial animals, it is necessary that each intermediate wholeness should entirely process certain partial animals coordinate with itself, through which also they are said to be wholenesses. The intermediate natures, however, are concealed from our sense, the extremes being manifest, one of them through its transcendently luminous essence, and the other through its alliance to us. If likewise partial souls, such as ours, are disseminated about them, some about the sun, others about the moon, and others about each of the rest, and prior to souls, daemons give completion to the herds of which they are the leaders, it is evidently well said that each of the spheres is a world, theologists also teaching us these things when they say that there are gods in each prior to daemons, some of which are under the government of others. Thus, for instance, they assert concerning our mistress the moon that the god Hecate is contained in her, and also Diana. Thus too, in speaking of the sovereign sun and the gods that are there, they celebrate Bacchus as being there, the sun's assessor, who with watchful eye surveys the sacred pole. They likewise celebrate the Jupiter who is there, Osiris, the solar Pan, and others of which the books of theologists and theurgists are full. From all which it is evident that each of the planets is truly said to be the leader of many gods, who give completion to its peculiar circulation. From this extraordinary passage, as I have observed in a note on it in my Proclus, page 282, we may perceive at one view why the sun in the Orphic hymns is called Jupiter, why Apollo is called Pan, and Bacchus the sun, why the moon seems to be the same with Rhea, Ceres, Proserpine, Juno, Venus, etc., and in short, why any one divinity is celebrated with the names and epithets of so many of the rest. For from this sublime theory, it follows that every sphere contains a Jupiter, Neptune, Vulcan, Vesta, Minerva, Mars, Ceres, Juno, Diana, Mercury, Venus, Apollo, and in short, every deity, every sphere at the same time conferring on these gods the peculiar characteristic of its nature, so that, for instance, in the sun, they all possess a solar property, in the moon a lunar one, and so of the rest. From this theory, too, we may perceive the truth of that divine saying of the ancients that all things are full of gods. For more particular orders proceed from such as are more general, the mundane from the supermundane, and the sublunary from the celestial, while earth becomes the general receptacle of the illuminations of all the gods. Hence, as Proclus shortly after observes, there is a terrestrial Ceres, Vesta, and Isis, as likewise a terrestrial Jupiter and a terrestrial Hermes, established about the one divinity of the earth, just as a multitude of celestial gods proceeds about the one divinity of the heavens. For there are progressions of all the celestial gods into the earth, and earth contains all things in an earthly manner which heaven comprehends celestially. Hence we speak of a terrestrial Bacchus and a terrestrial Apollo, who bestows the all-various streams of water with which the earth abounds, and openings prophetic of futurity. And if to all this we only add that all the other mundane gods subsist in the 12 above mentioned, and in short, all the mundane and the supermundane gods, and that the first triad of these is demiurgic or fabricative, for example, Jupiter, Neptune, Vulcan; the second, Vesta, Minerva, Mars, defensive; the third, Ceres, Juno, Diana, vivific; and the fourth, Mercury, Venus, Apollo, elevating and harmonic. I say, if we unite this with the preceding theory, there is nothing in the ancient theology that will not appear admirably sublime and beautifully connected, accurate in all its parts, scientific and divine. In the next place, that the following hymns were written by Orpheus and that they were used in the Eleusinian mysteries will, I think, be evident from the following arguments to the intelligent reader. For that hymns were written by Orpheus is testified by Plato in the 8th book of his Laws, and by Pausanias in his Boetics, who also says that they were few and short, from whence, as Fabricius justly observes, it appears that they were no other than those which are now extant. But that they were used in the Eleusinian mysteries is evident from the testimony of Lycomedes, who says that they were sung in the sacred rites pertaining to Ceres, which honor was not paid to the Homeric hymns, though they were more elegant than those of Orpheus. And the Eleusinian were the mysteries of Ceres, and that Lycomedes alludes, in what he here says, to these hymns is manifest, first from Pausanias, who, in his Attics, observes that it is not lawful to ascribe the invention of beans to Ceres, He adds, and he who has been initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, or has read the poems called Orphic, will know what I mean. Now Porphyry de Abstinentia informs us that beans were forbidden in the Eleusinian mysteries, and in the Orphic hymn, To Earth, the sacrificer is ordered to fumigate from every kind of seed, except beans and aromatics. But earth is Vesta, and Vesta, as we are informed by Proclus, is comprehended together with Juno and Ceres. Again, Suidas informs us that Theatin signifies a mystic sacrifice, the greatest and most venerable of all others, and Proclus, whenever he speaks of the Eleusinian mysteries, calls them the most holy teletai. Agreeably to this, the Orphic hymns are called in the Thrilician manuscript teletai, and Scaliger justly observes that they contain nothing but such invocations as were used in the mysteries. Besides, many of the hymns are expressly thus called by the author of them. Thus, the conclusion of the hymn to Protagonus invokes that deity to be present at the holy teleti, of the hymn to the stars to be present at the very learned labors of the most holy teleti. And in the conclusion of the hymn to Latona, the sacrifice is called an all-divine teleti, as likewise in that of the hymn to Amphiatus Bacchus. And in short, the greater part of the hymns will be found to have either the word teletai in them, or to invoke the respective divinities, to bless the mystics or initiated persons. Thus the conclusion of the hymn to heaven entreats that divinity to confer a blessed life on a recent mystic. The conclusion of the hymn to the sun to impart by illumination a pleasant life to the mystics. And in a similar manner, most of the other hymns. The conclusion of the hymn to the sun to impart by illumination a pleasant life to the mystics, and in a similar manner, most of the other hymns. Farther still, Demosthenes, in his first oration against Aristogiton, has the following remarkable passage. Let us reverence inexorable and venerable Justice, who is said by Orpheus, our instructor, in the most holy teletai, to be seated by the throne of Jupiter, and to inspect all the actions of men. Here Demosthenes calls the mysteries most holy, as well as Proclus, and I think it may be concluded with the greatest confidence from all that has been said that he alluded to the hymn to Justice, which is one of the Orphic hymns, and to the following lines in that hymn. I sing the all-seeing eye of splendid Justice, who sits by the throne of King Jupiter, and from her celestial abode beholds the life of multiform mortals. The Eleusinian mysteries also, as is well known, were celebrated at night, the principal reason of which appears to be this, that the greater mysteries pertained to Ceres, and the less to Proserpine, and the latter preceded the former. But the rape of Proserpine, which was exhibited in these mysteries, signifies, as we are informed by Sallust, the descent of souls. And the descent of souls into the realms of generation is said, by Plato in the 10th book of his Republic, to take place at midnight, indicating by this the union of the soul with the darkness of a corporeal nature. This too, I suppose, is what Clemens Alexandrinus means when he says that the mysteries were especially performed by night, thus signifying that the compression, in other words, confinement of the soul by the body, was effected at night, and that the sacrifices enjoined in the Orphic hymns were performed by night is evident from the hymn to Silenus, Satyrus, etc., in which Silenus, together with the naiads, Bacchic nymphs, and satyrs, are implored to be present at the nocturnal orgies. From all which I think it may be safely concluded that these hymns not only pertain to mysteries, but that they were used in the celebration of the Eleusinian, which, by way of eminence, were called the mysteries, without any other note of distinction. In the last place, it is requisite to speak of the author of these hymns, and in addition to the evidence already adduced of their genuine antiquity, to vindicate them against those who contend that they are spurious and were not written by Orpheus, but either by Anamacritus or some poet who lived in the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. And first, with respect to the dialect of these hymns, Gessner observes that it ought to be no objection to their antiquity, For though, according to Iamblichus, the Thracian Orpheus, who is more ancient than those noble poets Homer and Hesiod, used the Doric dialect, yet the Athenian Onomacritus, who, according to the general opinion of antiquity, is the author of all the works now extant ascribed to Orpheus, might either, preserving these sentences and a great part of the words, only change the dialect and teach the ancient Orpheus to speak Homerically, or, as I may say, Solonically, or might arbitrarily add or take away what he thought proper, which, as we are informed by Herodotus, was his practice with respect to the oracles. Gessner adds that it does not appear probable to him that Onomacritus would dare to invent all that he wrote, since Orpheus must necessarily at that time have been much celebrated, and a great variety of his verses must have been in circulation. And he concludes with observing that the objection of the Doric dialect ought to be of no more weight against the antiquity of the present works than the Pelasgic letters, which Orpheus, according to Diodorus Siculus, used. In this extract, Gessner is certainly right in asserting that Onomacritus would not dare to invent all that he wrote, and afterwards publish it as Orphic. But I add that it is unreasonable in the extreme to suppose that he in the least interpolated or altered the genuine works of Orpheus, though he might change the dialect in which they were originally written. For is it to be supposed that the Orphic hymns would have been used in the Eleusinian mysteries, as we have demonstrated they were, if they had been spurious productions, or that the fraud would not have been long ago discovered by some of the many learned and wise men that flourished after Onomacritus, and that the detection of this fraud would not have been transmitted so as to reach even the present times? Or indeed is it probable that such a forgery could have existed at all, at a period when other learned men, as well as Onomacritus, had access to the genuine writings of Orpheus, and were equally capable with himself of changing them from one dialect into another? Even at a late period of antiquity will any man who is at all familiar with the writings of Proclus, Hermias, and Olympiodorus for a moment believe that men of such learning, profundity, and sagacity would have transmitted to us so many verses as Orphic, though not in the Doric dialect, when at the same time they were the productions of Onomacritus. We may therefore, I think, confidently conclude that though Onomacritus altered the dialect, he did not either add to or diminish, or in any respect adulterate the works of Orpheus, for it is impossible he should have committed such a fraud without being ultimately, if not immediately, detected. With respect to those who contend that the works which are at present extant under the name of Orpheus were written during the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, I trust every intelligent reader will deem it almost needless to say, in confutation of such an opinion, that it is an insult to the understanding of all the celebrated men of that period, by whom these writings have been quoted as genuine productions, and particularly to such among them as rank among the most learned, the most sagacious, and wisest of mankind. So infatuated, however, by this stupid opinion was Tyrwhitt, that in his edition of the Orphic poem, On Stones, he says in a note, "There is nothing in the hymns peculiarly adapted to the person of Orpheus except his speech to Musaeus." This speech, or address to Musaeus, is the exordium to the hymns, but so far is this from being true that the author of this work expressly calls himself in two of the hymns the son of Calliope. Thus, in the conclusion of the hymn to the Nereids, the poet says, "For you at first disclosed the rites divine of holy Bacchus and of Proserpine, of fair Calliope from whom I spring, and of Apollo bright, the Muses' king." And in the hymn to the Muses, he celebrates Calliope as his mother, in the very same words as in the hymn to the Nereids. This blunder of Tyrwhitt is certainly a most egregious specimen of the folly of pervicacious adherence to an opinion which had ignorance and prejudice only for its source, and which calumniated writings far beyond the little sphere of its knowledge to comprehend. As to Orpheus himself, the original author of these hymns, scarcely a vestige of his life is to be found amongst the immense ruins of time. For who has ever been able to affirm anything with certainty of his origin, his age, his country and condition? This alone may be depended on, from general assent that there formerly lived a person named Orpheus, who was the founder of theology among the Greeks, the institutor of their life and morals, the first of prophets, and the prince of poets, himself the offspring of a muse, who taught the Greeks their sacred rites and mysteries, and from whose wisdom, as from a perennial and abundant fountain, the divine muse of Homer and the sublime theology of Pythagoras and Plato flowed. The following, however, is a summary of what has been transmitted to us by the ancients concerning the original Orpheus, and the great men who have at different periods flourished under this venerable name. The first and genuine Orpheus is said to have been a Thracian, and according to the opinion of many was a disciple of Linus, who flourished at the time when the kingdom of the Athenians was dissolved. Some assert that he was prior to the Trojan War, and that he lived 11, or as others say 9, generations. But the Greek word, ivea, or generation, signifies, according to Giraldus, the space of 7 years. For unless this is admitted, how is it possible that the period of his life can have any foundation in the nature of things? If this signification, therefore, of the word is adopted, Orpheus lived either 77 or 63 years, the latter of which, if we may believe astrologers, is a fatal period, and especially to great men, as it proved to be to Aristotle and Cicero. Our poet, according to fabulous tradition, was torn in pieces by Ciconian women, on which account Plutarch affirms the Thracians were accustomed to beat their wives, in order that they might revenge the death of Orpheus. Hence, in the vision of Harris Pamphilius, in the 10th book of Plato's Republic, the soul of Orpheus, being destined to descend into another body, is said to have chosen that of a swan, rather than to be born again of a woman, having conceived such a hatred of the sex on account of his violent death. The cause of his destruction is variously related by the authors. Some report that it arose from his being engaged in puerile loves after the death of Eurydice. Others that he was destroyed by women intoxicated with wine, because he was the cause of men relinquishing an association with them. Others again assert, according to Pausanias, that on the death of Eurydice, wandering to Aornus, a place in Thesprotia, where it was customary to evocate the souls of the dead, having recalled Eurydice to life, and not being able to detain her, he destroyed himself. Nightingales bringing forth their young on his tomb, whose melody exceeded every other of this species. Others again ascribe his laceration to his having celebrated every divinity except Bacchus, which is very improbable, as among the following hymns there are 9 to that deity, under different appellations. Others report that he was delivered by Venus herself into the hands of these Ciconian women, because his mother Calliope had not determined justly between Venus and Proserpine concerning the young Adonis. Many affirm, according to Pausanias, that he was struck by lightning, and Diogenes confirms this by the following verses, composed, as he asserts, by the Muses on his death. Here by the Muse placed with golden lyre, great Orpheus rests, destroyed by heavenly fire. Again, the sacred mysteries called Thracian derived their appellation from the Thracian bard, because he first introduced sacred rites and religion into Greece, and hence the authors of initiation into these mysteries were called Orpheoteleste. Besides, according to Lucian, Orpheus brought astrology and the magical arts into Greece, and as to his drawing to him trees and wild beasts by the melody of his lyre, Pelophaetus accounts for it as follows. The mad Bacchanalian nymphs, says he, having violently taken away cattle and other necessaries of life, retired for some days into the mountains. But the citizens, having expected their return for a long time, and fearing the worst for their wives and daughters, called Orpheus, and entreated him to invent some method of drawing them from the mountains. Orpheus, in consequence of this, turning his lyre conformably to the orgies of Bacchus, drew the mad nymphs from their retreats, who descended from the mountains, bearing at first ferulae and branches of every kind of trees. But to the men who were eyewitnesses of these wonders, they appeared to bring down the very woods, and from hence gave rise to the fable. So great indeed was the renown of Orpheus that he was deified by the Greeks, and Philostratus relates that his head gave oracles in Lesbos, which, when separated from his body by the Thracian women, was, together with his lyre, carried down the river Hebrus into the sea. In this manner, says Lucian, singing as it were his funeral oration, to which the chords of his lyre, impelled by the winds, gave a responsive harmony, it was brought to Lesbos and buried. But his lyre was suspended in the temple of Apollo, where it remained for a considerable space of time. Afterwards, when Neanthus, the son of Pittacus the tyrant, found that the lyre drew trees and wild beasts by its harmony, he earnestly desired to possess it. And having corrupted the priest privately with money, he took the Orphic lyre and fixed another similar to it in the temple. But Neanthus, considering that he was not safe in the city in the day, departed from it by night, having concealed the lyre in his bosom, on which he began to play. As, however, he was a rude and unlearned youth, he confounded the chords, yet pleasing himself with the sound, and fancying he produced a divine harmony, he thought himself to be the blessed successor of Orpheus. But in the midst of his transports, the neighboring dogs, roused by the sound, fell on the unhappy harper and tore him in pieces. The former part of this fable is thus admirably explained by Proclus in his commentaries, or rather fragments of commentaries, on the Republic of Plato. Orpheus, says he, on account of his perfect erudition, is reported to have been destroyed in various ways, because, as it appears to me, men of that age participated partially of the Orphic harmony, for they were incapable of receiving a universal and perfect science, but the principal part of his melody, in other words, of his mystic doctrine, was received by the Lesbonians, and on this account, perhaps, the head of Orpheus, when separated from his body, is said to have been carried to Lesbos. Fables of this kind, therefore, are related of Orpheus no otherwise than of Bacchus, of whose mysteries he was the priest. The second Orpheus was an Arcadian, or according to others a Ciconian, from the Thracian Bisaltia, and is said to be more ancient than Homer and the Trojan War. He composed fabulous figments and epigrams. The third Orpheus was of Odrysius, a city of Thrace near the river Hebrus, but Dionysius in Suidas denies his existence. The fourth Orpheus was of Crotonia, flourished in the time of Pisistratus, about the 50th Olympiad, and is, I have no doubt, the same with Omocritus, who changed the dialect of these hymns. He wrote Decunalia, and in the opinion of Giraldus, the Argonautics, which are now extant under the name of Orpheus, with other writings called Orphical, but which, according to Cicero, some ascribe to Cecrops the Pythagorean. But the last Orpheus was Camaraneus, a most excellent versifier, and the same, according to Giraldus, whose descent into Hades is so universally known. I shall only add to this historical detail respecting Orpheus what Hermias excellently remarks in his Scholia on the Phaedrus of Plato. You may see, says he, how Orpheus appears to have applied himself to all these, in other words, to the four kinds of mania, as being in want of and adhering to each other. For we learn that he was most telestic and most prophetic, and was excited by Apollo, and besides this that he was most poetic, on which account he is said to have been the son of Calliope. He was likewise most amatory, as he himself acknowledges to Musaeus, extending to him divine benefits and rendering him perfect. Hence he appears to have been possessed by all the manias, and this by a necessary consequence. For there is an abundant union, conspiration, and alliance with each other of the gods who preside over these manias, for example, of the Muses, Bacchus, Apollo, and Love. With respect to the following translation, it is requisite to observe that I have adopted rhyme, not because most agreeable to the general taste, but because I conceive it to be necessary to the poetry of the English language, which requires something of a substitute for the energetic cadence of the Greek and Latin hexameters. Could this be obtained by any other means, I should immediately relinquish my partiality for rhyme, which is certainly, when well executed, far more difficult than blank verse, as these Orphic hymns must evince in their eminent degree. Indeed, where languages differ so much as the ancient and modern, the most perfect method perhaps of transferring the poetry of the former tongue into that of the latter is by a faithful and animated paraphrase, faithful with regard to retaining the meaning of the author, and animated with respect to preserving the fire of the original, calling it forth when latent and expanding it when condensed. He who is anxious to effect this will everywhere endeavor to diffuse the light and fathom the depth of his author, to elucidate what is obscure, and to amplify what in modern language would be unintelligibly concise. Thus, most of the compound epithets of which the following hymns chiefly consist, though extremely beautiful in the Greek language, yet when literally translated into ours, lose much of their propriety and force. In their native tongue, as in a prolific soil, they diffuse their sweets with full-blown elegance, and he who would preserve their theological beauties and exhibit them to others in a different language must expand their elegance by the supervening and enlivening rays of a light derived from mystic lore, and by the powerful breath of genius scatter abroad their latent but copious sweets. If it shall appear that the translator has possessed some portion of this light and has diffused it in the following work, he will consider himself to be well rewarded for his laborious undertaking. The philosophy of Plato and the theology of the Greeks have been for the greater part of his life the only study of his retired leisure, in which he has found an inexhaustible treasure of intellectual wealth and a perpetual fountain of wisdom and delight. Presuming, therefore, that such a pursuit must be a great advantage to the present undertaking, and feeling the most sovereign contempt for the sordid drudgery of venal composition, he desires no other reward, if he has succeeded, than the praise of the liberal, and no other defense, if he has failed, than the decision of the candid and discerning few. The Mystical Hymns of Orpheus. To Musaeus. Learn, O Musaeus, from my sacred song, what rites most fit to sacrifice belong. Jove I invoke, the earth and solar light, the moon's pure splendor and the stars of night. Thee, Neptune, ruler of the sea profound, dark-haired, whose power can shake the solid ground. Ceres abundant, and of lovely mien, and thee, chaste Proserpine, great Pluto's queen. The huntress, Diane, and bright Phoebus' rays, far-darting god, the theme of Delphic praise. And Bacchus, honored by the heavenly choir, impetuous Mars, and Vulcan, god of fire. The illustrious power who sprung from foam to light, and Pluto, potent in the realms of night. With Hebe young, and Hercules the strong, and you to whom the cares of births belong. Justice and piety, august I call, and much-famed nymphs, and Pan, the god of all. To Juno, sacred, and to memory fair, and the chaste muses I address my prayer. The various year, the graces, and the hours, fair-haired Latona, and Dion's powers. The Corybantes and Curites armed I call, and the great saviors, sons of Jove, the king of all. The Idaean gods, the angel of the skies, prophetic Themis with sagacious eyes. With ancient night and daylight I implore, and faith and dice, source of blameless laws adore. Saturn and Rhea, and great Thetis too, hid in a veil of dark celestial blue. I call great ocean, and the beauteous train of ocean's daughters in the boundless main, the strength of Atlas ever in its prime, vigorous eternity and endless time. The splendid Stygian pool and placid gods beside, and daemons good and bad that o'er mankind preside. Illustrious Providence, the noble train of daemon forms who fill the ethereal plain, or live in air, in water, earth, or fire, or deep beneath the solid ground retire. The white Leucothea of the sea I call, and Semele and Bacchus's associates all, Palamon bounteous, and Adrastia great, and sweet-tongued Victory, with success elate. Great Asclepius, skilled to cure disease, and dread Minerva, whom fierce battles please. Thunders and winds in mighty columns pent, with dreadful roaring struggling hard for vent. Attis, the mother of the powers on high, Mensis and pure Adonis, never doomed to die. End and beginning, greatest this to all, these with propitious aid I suppliant call. To this libation and these sacred rites, for these to accede with joyful mind, my verse invites. 1. Hecate. Einodian Hecate, Trivia, lovely dame, of earthly, watery, and celestial fame, sepulchral in a saffron veil arrayed, pleased with dark ghosts that wander through the shade. Perseia, solitary goddess, hail, the world's key-bearer, never doomed to fail. In stags rejoicing, huntress, nightly seen, and drawn by bulls, unconquerable queen. Leader, nymph, nurse, on mountains wandering here, the suppliants who with holy rites thy power revere, and to the herdsmen with a favoring mind draw near. 2. To the goddess Protheria, the fumigation from Storax. O venerable goddess, hear my prayer, for labor pains are thy peculiar care. In thee, when stretched upon the bed of grief, the sex, as in a mirror, view relief. Guard of the race endured with gentle mind, to helpless youth benevolent and kind. Benignant nourisher, great nature's key, belongs to no divinity but thee. Thou dwellest with all immanifest to sight, and solemn festivals are thy delight. Thine is the task to lose the virgin's zone, and thou in every work art seen and known. With births you sympathize, though pleased to see the numerous offspring of fertility. When racked with labor pangs and sore distressed, the sex invoke thee as the soul's sure rest. For thou alone canst give relief to pain, which art attempts to ease, but tries in vain. Assisting goddess, venerable power, who bringest relief in labor's dreadful hour. Hear, blessed Diane, and accept my prayer, and make the infant race thy constant care. 3. To night, the fumigation with torches. Night, parent goddess, source of sweet repose, from whom at first both gods and men arose. Here, blessed Venus, decked with starry night, in sleep's deep silence, dwelling ebon night. Dreams and soft ease attend thy dusky train, pleased with the lengthened gloom and feastful strain, dissolving anxious care, the friend of mirth, with darkling coursers riding round the earth. Goddess of phantoms and of shadowy play, whose drowsy power divides the natural day. By fate's decree you constant send the light, to deepest hell remote from mortal sight. For dire necessity, which naught withstands, invests the world with adamantine bands. Be present, goddess, to thy suppliant's prayer, desired by all whom all alike revere. Blessed, benevolent, with friendly aid, dispel the fears of twilight's dreadful shade. 4. To heaven, the fumigation from frankincense. Great heaven, whose mighty frame no respite knows, Father of all, from whom the world arose. Here, bounteous parent, source and end of all, forever whirling round this earthly ball, abode of gods whose guardian power surrounds the eternal world with ever-during bounds, whose ample bosom and encircling folds the dire necessity of nature holds. ethereal, earthly, whose all various frame, azure and full of forms no power can tame. All-seeing, source of Saturn and of time, forever blessed, deity sublime, propitious on a novel, mystic shine, and crown his wishes with a life divine. 5. To ether, the fumigation from saffron. O ever untamed ether, raised on high, in Jove's dominions, ruler of the sky, great portion of the stars and lunar night, and of the sun with dazzling luster bright, all-taming power, ethereal shining fire, whose vivid blasts the heat of life inspire, the world's best element, light-bearing power, with starry radiance shining splendid flower. O hear my suppliant prayer, and may thy frame be ever innocent, serene, and tame. 6. To Protagonus, the fumigation from myrrh. O mighty first begotten, hear my prayer, twofold, egg-born, and wandering through the air, bull-roarer, glorying in thy golden wings, from whom the race of gods and mortals springs. Ericapius, celebrated power, ineffable, occult, all-shining flower. 'Tis thine from darksome mists to purge the sight, all-spreading splendor, pure and holy light. Hence, Phanes, called the glory of the sky, on waving pinions through the world you fly. Priapus, dark-eyed splendor, thee I sing, genial, all-prudent, ever-blessed king, with joyful aspect on these rites divine, and holy Telite, propitious shine. 7. To the stars, the fumigation from aromatics. With holy voice I call the stars on high, pure sacred lights and daemons of the sky, celestial stars, dear progeny of night, in whirling circles beaming far your light. Refulgent rays around the heavens ye throw, eternal fires, the source of all below. With flames significant of fate ye shine, and aptly rule for men a path divine. In 7 bright zones ye run with wandering flames, and heaven and earth compose your lucid frames, with course unwearied, pure, and fiery bright, forever shining through the veil of night. Hail, glittering, joyful, ever wakeful fires, propitious shine on all my just desires. These sacred rites regard with conscious rays, and end our works devoted to your praise. 8. To the sun, the fumigation from frankincense and manna. Hear, golden Titan, whose eternal eye with matchless sight illumines all the sky, native, unwearied in diffusing light, and to all eyes the object of delight. Lord of the seasons, beaming light from far, sonorous, dancing in thy four-yoked car. With thy right hand the source of morning light, and with thy left the father of the night. Agile and vigorous, venerable sun, fiery and bright, around the heavens you run. Foe to the wicked, but the good man's guide. Over all his steps propitious you preside. With various sounding golden lyre 'tis thine, to fill the world with harmony divine. Father of ages, guide of prosperous deeds, the world's commander, borne by lucid steeds. Immortal Jove, flute-playing, bearing light, source of existence, pure and fiery bright. Bearer of fruit, almighty Lord of years, agile and warm, whom every power reveres. Bright eye, that round the world incessant flies, doomed with fair, fulgid rays to set and rise, dispensing justice, lover of the stream, the world's great master, and over all supreme. Faithful defender, and the eye of right, of steeds the ruler, and of life the light. With sounding whip 4 fiery steeds you guide, when in the glittering car of day you ride. Propitious on these mystic labors shine, and bless thy suppliants with a life divine. 9. To the moon, the fumigation from aromatics. Here, goddess queen, diffusing silver light, bull-horned and wandering through the gloom of night. With stars surround and with circuit wide, night's torch extending through the heavens you ride. Female and male with silvery rays you shine, and now full-orbed, now tending to decline. Mother of ages, fruit-producing moon, whose amber orb makes night's reflected noon. Lover of horses, splendid queen of night, all-seeing power, bedecked with starry light. Lover of vigilance, the foe of strife, in peace rejoicing and a prudent life. Fair lamp of night, its ornament and friend, who givest to nature's works their destined end. Queen of the stars, all-wise Diana, hail, decked with a graceful robe and ample veil. Come, blessed goddess, prudent, starry, bright. Come, moony lamp with chaste and splendid light. Shine on these sacred rites with prosperous rays, and pleased accept thy suppliants' mystic praise. 10. To nature, the fumigation from aromatics. Nature, all parent, ancient and divine, O much mechanic mother, art is thine. Heavenly abundant, venerable queen, in every part of thy dominions seen. Untamed, all taming, ever splendid light, all ruling, honored, and supremely bright. Immortal, firstborn, ever still the same. Nocturnal, starry, shining, powerful dame. Thy feats still traces in a circling course, by thee are turned with unremitting force. Pure ornament of all the powers divine, finite and infinite alike you shine. To all things common and in all things known, yet incommunicable and alone. Without a father of thy wondrous frame, thyself the Father whence thy essence came, mingling, all flourishing, supremely wise, and bond connective of the earth and skies. Leader, life-bearing queen, all various named, and for commanding grace and beauty famed. Justice, supreme in might whose general sway the waters of the restless deep obey. Ethereal, earthly, for the pious glad, sweet to the good, but bitter to the bad. All wise and bounteous, provident, divine, a rich increase of nutriment is thine. And to maturity, whatever may spring, you to decay and dissolution bring. Father of all, great nurse and mother kind, abundant, blessed, all spermatic mind, mature, impetuous, from whose fertile seeds and plastic hand this changing scene proceeds, all parent power in vital impulse seen, eternal, moving, all sagacious queen. By thee the world, whose parts in rapid flow, like swift descending streams, no respite know, on an eternal hinge with steady course, is whirled with matchless, unremitting force. Throned on a circling car, thy mighty hand holds and directs the reins of wide command. Various, thy essence, honored and the best, of judgment too, the general end and test. Intrepid, fatal, all-subduing dame, life everlasting, parka, breathing flame, immortal providence, the world is thine, and thou art all things, architect divine. O blessed goddess, hear thy suppliants' prayer, and make their future life thy constant care. give plenteous seasons and sufficient wealth, and crown our days with lasting peace and health. 11. To Pan, the fumigation from various odors. Strong, pastoral Pan, with suppliant voice I call. Heaven, sea, and earth, the mighty queen of all, immortal fire, for all the world is thine, and all are parts of thee, O power divine. Come, blessed Pan, whom rural haunts delight, come, leaping, agile, wandering, starry light. Throned with the seasons, bacchanalian Pan, goat-footed, horned, from whom the world began, whose various parts, by thee inspired, combine in endless dance and melody divine. In thee a refuge from our fears we find, those fears peculiar to the human kind. Thee, shepherds, streams of water, goats rejoice. Thou lovest the chase and echo's secret voice. The sportive nymphs thy every step attend, and all thy works fulfill their destined end. O all-producing power, much famed divine, the world's great ruler, rich increase is thine. All fertile Paean, heavenly splendor pure, in fruits rejoicing and in caves obscure. True serpent-horned Jove, whose dreadful rage, when roused, 'tis hard for mortals to assuage. By thee the earth, wide-bosomed, deep and long, stands on a basis permanent and strong. The unwearied waters of the rolling sea, profoundly spreading, yield to thy decree. Old ocean, too, reveres thy high command, whose liquid arms begird the solid land. The spacious air, whose nutrimental fire and vivid blasts the heat of life inspire. The lighter frame of fire, whose sparkling eye shines on the summit of the azure sky, submit alike to thee, whose general sway all parts of matter, various formed, obey. All natures change through thy protecting care, and all mankind thy liberal bounty share. For these, wherever dispersed through boundless space, still find thy providence support their race. Come, Bacchanalian, blessed power, draw near, enthusiastic Pan, thy suppliants hear. Propitious to these holy rites attend, and grant our lives may meet a prosperous end. Drive panic fury too, wherever found, from humankind to earth's remotest bound. 12. To Hercules. Here strenuous Hercules, untamed and strong, to whom grand works and powerful hands belong, Titan untamed, rejoicing and benign, of various forms, eternal and divine. Father of time, the theme of general praise, ineffable, adored in various ways. Magnanimous, in divination skilled, and in the athletic labors of the field. 'Tis thine, strong archer, all things to devour, supreme, all-helping, all-producing power. To thee, mankind as their deliverer pray, whose arms can chase the savage tribes away. Unwearied, earth's best blossom, offspring fair, to whom calm peace and peaceful works are dear. Self-born, with primogenial fires you shine, and various names and strength of heart are thine. Thy mighty head supports the morning light, and bears untamed the silent, gloomy night. From east to west, endued with strength divine, 12 glorious labors to absolve is thine. Supremely skilled, thou reignest in heaven's abodes, thyself a god amidst the immortal gods. With arms unshaken, infinite, divine, come, blessed power, and to our rites incline. The mitigations of disease convey, and drive disastrous maladies away. Come, shake the branch with thy almighty arm, dismiss thy darts, and noxious fate disarm. 13. To Saturn, the fumigation from Storax. Ethereal Father, mighty Titan, hear, great sire of gods and men whom all revere, endued with various counsel pure and strong, to whom increase and decrement belong. Hence matter's flowing forms, through thee that die, by thee restored, their former place supply. The world immense in everlasting chains, strong and ineffable thy power contains. Father of vast eternity divine, O mighty Saturn, various speech is thine. Blossom of earth and of the starry skies, husband of Rhea and Prometheus wise. Obsteteric power and venerable root, from which the various forms of being shoot. No parts peculiar can thy power enclose, diffused through all from which the world arose. O best of beings of a subtle mind, propitious here to suppliant prayers inclined, the sacred rites benevolent attend, and grant a blameless life, a blessed end. 14. To Rhea, the fumigation from aromatics. Illustrious Rhea, to my prayer incline, daughter of various formed protagonists divine, who drivest thy sacred car with speed along, drawn by fierce lions, terrible and strong. Mother of Jove, whose mighty arm can wield the avenging bolt and shake the dreadful shield. Brass-sounding, honored, Saturn's blessed queen, drum-beating, fury-loving of a splendid mien. Thou joyest in mountains and tumultuous fight, and mankind's horrid howlings thee delight. War's parent, mighty of majestic frame, deceitful savior, liberating dame. Mother of gods and men, from whom the earth and spacious heavens derive their glorious birth, the ethereal gales and deeply spreading sea, goddess, aerial formed, proceed from thee. Come, pleased with wanderings, blessed and divine, with peace attended on our labors shine. Bring rich abundance, and wherever found, drive dire disease to earth's remotest bound. 15. To Jupiter, the fumigation from Storax. O Jove, much honored, Jove supremely great, to thee our holy rites we consecrate. Our prayers and expiations, King divine, for all things to produce with ease through mind is thine. Hence Mother Earth and mountains, swelling high, proceed from thee, the deep and all within the sky. Saturnian King, descending from above, magnanimous, commanding, sceptered Jove. All parent, principle, and end of all, whose power almighty shakes this earthly ball. Even nature trembles at thy mighty nod, loud-sounding, armed with lightning, thundering God. Source of abundance, purifying King, ovarious formed, from whom all natures spring. Propitious, hear my prayer, give blameless health, with peace divine and necessary wealth. 16. To Juno, the fumigation from aromatics. O royal Juno, of majestic mien, aerial formed, divine, Jove's blessed queen, throned in the bosom of cerulean air, the race of mortals is thy constant care. The cooling gales thy power alone inspires, which nourish life, which every life desires. Mother of showers and winds, from thee alone, producing all things, mortal life is known. All natures share thy temperament divine, and universal sway alone is thine. With sounding blasts of wind, the swelling sea, and rolling rivers roar when shook by thee. Come, blessed goddess, famed almighty queen, with aspect kind, rejoicing and serene. 17. To Neptune. The fumigation from myrrh. Hear, Neptune, ruler of the sea profound, whose liquid grasp begirds the solid ground, who, at the bottom of the stormy main, dark and deep-bosomed, holdest thy watery reign. Thy awful hand the brazen trident bears, and ocean's utmost bound thy will reveres. Thee I invoke, whose steeds the foam divide, from whose dark locks the briny waters glide, whose voice, loud-sounding through the roaring deep, drives all its billows in a raging heap. When fiercely riding through the boiling sea, thy hoarse command the trembling waves obey. Earth-shaking, dark-haired god, the liquid plains, the third division, fate to thee ordains. 'Tis thine, cerulean daemon, to survey, well pleased, the monsters of the ocean play. Confirm earth's basis, and with prosperous gales, waft ships along and swell the spacious sails, add gentle peace and fair-haired health beside, and pour abundance in a blameless tide. 18. To Pluto. A hymn. Pluto, magnanimous, whose realms profound are fixed beneath the firm and solid ground, in the Tartarian plains remote from sight, and wrapped forever in the depths of night. Terrestrial Jove, thy sacred ear incline, and pleased accept these sacred rites divine. Earth's keys to thee, illustrious king, belong, its secret gates unlocking, deep and strong. 'Tis thine abundant annual fruits to bear, for needy mortals are thy constant care. To thee, great king, all sovereign earth assigned, the seat of gods and basis of mankind. Thy throne is fixed in Hades' dismal plains, distant, unknown to rest, where darkness reigns, where, destitute of breath, pale specters dwell, in endless, dire, inexorable hell. And in dread Acheron, whose depths obscure Earth's stable roots eternally secure. O mighty daemon, whose decision dread the future fate determines of the dead, with captive prospering through grassy plains, drawn in a four-yoked car with loosened reins, wrapped over the deep, impelled by love you flew, till Eleusina's city rose to view. There, in a wondrous cave, obscure and deep, the sacred maid secure from search you keep. The cave of Athos, whose wide gates display an entrance to the kingdoms void of day, of works unseen, and seen thy power alone to be the great dispensing source is known. All-ruling, holy God, with glory bright, these sacred poets and their hymns delight, propitious to thy mystics' works incline. Rejoicing, come, for holy rites are thine. 19. To thundering Jupiter. The fumigation from Storax. O Father Jove, who shakest with fiery light the world, deep-sounding from thy lofty height, from thee proceeds the ethereal lightning's blaze, flashing around intolerable rays. Thy sacred thunders shake the blessed abodes, the shining regions of the immortal gods. Thy power divine the flaming lightning shrouds with dark investiture in fluid clouds. 'Tis thine to brandish thunders strong and dire, to scatter storms and dreadful darts of fire, with roaring flames involving all around, and bolts of thunder of tremendous sound. Thy rapid dart can raise the hair upright, and shake the heart of man with wild affright. Sudden, unconquered, holy, thundering God, with noise unbounded flying all abroad, with all-devouring force, entire and strong, horrid, untamed, thou rollest the flames along. Rapid, ethereal bolt, descending fire, the earth, all parent, trembles at thine ire. The sea, all shining, and each beast that hears the sound terrific with dread horror fears. When nature's face is bright with flashing fire, and in the heavens resound thy thunders dire. Thy thunders white the azure garments tear, and burst the veil of all surrounding air. O Jove, all blessed, may thy wrath severe, hurled in the bosom of the deep appear, and on the tops of mountains be revealed, for thy strong arm is not from us concealed. Propitious to these sacred rites incline, and to thy suppliants grant a life divine. Add royal health and gentle peace beside, with upright reasoning for a constant guide. 20. To Jupiter, as the primary cause of lightning. The fumigation from frankincense and manna. I call the mighty, holy, splendid light, aerial, dreadful sounding, fiery bright, flaming, ethereal light with angry voice, lightning through lucid clouds with crashing noise, untamed to whom resentments dire belong, pure, holy power, all-parent, great and strong. Come, and benevolent these rites attend, and grant the mortal life a pleasing end. 21. To the clouds. The fumigation from myrrh. Aerial clouds through heaven's resplendent plains, who wander, parents of prolific rains, who nourish fruits whose watery frames are hurled by winds impetuous round the mighty world. Loud sounding, lion roaring, flashing fire, in air's wide bosom bearing thunders dire, impelled by each sonorous stormy gale, with rapid course along the skies ye sail. With gentle gales your watery frames I call, on Mother Earth with fruitful showers to fall. 22. To Tethys, the fumigation from frankincense and manna. Tethys I call with eyes cerulean bright, hid in a veil obscure from human sight, great ocean's empress wandering through the deep, and pleased with gentle gales the earth to sweep, whose ample waves in swift succession go and lash the rocky shore with endless flow, delighting in the sea serene to play, in ships exulting and the watery way. Mother of Venus and of clouds obscure, great nurse of beasts and source of fountains pure, O venerable goddess, hear my prayer, and make benevolent my life thy care. Send, blessed queen, to ships a prosperous breeze, and waft them safely over the stormy seas. 23. To Nereus, the fumigation from myrrh. O thou who dost the roots of oceans keep in seats cerulean, daemon of the deep, with 50 nymphs attending in thy train, fair virgin artists glorying through the main, the dark foundation of the rolling sea, and earth's wide bounds belong, much famed to thee. Great daemon, source of all, whose power can make the sacred basis of blessed Ceres shake, when blustering winds in secret caverns pent, by thee excited, struggle hard for vent. Come, blessed Nereus, listen to my prayer, and cease to shake the earth with wrath severe. Send to thy mystics necessary wealth, with gentle peace and ever tranquil health. 24. To the Nereids, the fumigation from aromatics. Daughters of Nereus, resident in caves, merged deep in ocean, sporting through the waves, 50 inspired nymphs, who through the main delight to follow in the Triton's train, rejoicing close behind their cars to keep, whose forms half wild are nourished by the deep, with other nymphs of different degree, leaping and wandering through the liquid sea, bright, watery dolphins, sonorous and gay, well pleased to sport with bacchanalian play. Nymphs, beauteous-eyed, whom sacrifice delights, give plenteous wealth and bless our mystic rites. For you at first disclosed the rites divine of holy Bacchus and of Proserpine, of fair Calliope from whom I spring, and of Apollo bright, the Muses' king. 25. To Proteus. Proteus I call, whom fate decrees to keep the keys which lock the chambers of the deep. Firstborn, by whose illustrious power alone all nature's principles were clearly shown. Pure, sacred matter to transmute is thine, and decorate with forms all various and divine. All honored, prudent, whose sagacious mind knows all that was and is of every kind, with all that shall be in succeeding time. So vast thy wisdom, wondrous and sublime. For all things nature first to thee consigned, and in thy essence omniform confined. O Father, to thy mystics' rites attend, and grant a blessed life, a prosperous end. 26. To Earth. The fumigation from every kind of seed, except beans and aromatics. O Mother Earth, of gods and men the source, endued with fertile, all-destroying force, all-parent, bounding, whose prolific powers produce a store of beauteous fruits and flowers, all various made, the immortal world's strong base, eternal, blessed, crowned with every grace, from whose wide womb, as from an endless root, fruits many-formed, mature and grateful shoot, deep-bosomed, blessed, pleased with grassy plains, sweet to the smell and with prolific rains, all flowery Damon, center of the world, around thy orb the beauteous stars are hurled, with rapid whirl, eternal and divine, whose frames with matchless skill and wisdom shine. Come, blessed goddess, listen to my prayer, and make increase of fruits thy constant care. With fertile seasons in thy train draw near, and with propitious mind thy suppliants hear. 27. To the Mother of the Gods. The fumigation from a variety of odoriferous substances. Mother of gods, great nurse of all, draw near. Divinely honored and regard my prayer. Throned on a car by lions drawn along, by bull-destroying lions, swift and strong, thou swayest the scepter of the pole divine, and the world's middle seat, much famed, is thine. Hence earth is thine, and needy mortals share their constant food from thy protecting care. From thee at first both gods and men arose, from thee the sea and every river flows. Vesta, and source of wealth, thy name we find, to mortal men rejoicing to be kind. For every good to give thy soul delights, come, mighty power, propitious to our rites. All-taming, blessed, Phrygian Savior, come, Saturn's great queen, rejoicing in the drum. Celestial, ancient, life-supporting maid, inspiring fury, give thy suppliant aid. With joyful aspect on our incense shine, and pleased accept the sacrifice divine. 28. To Mercury. The fumigation from frankincense. Hermes, draw near, and to my prayer incline. Angel of Jove and Maia's son divine, perfect of contests, ruler of mankind, with heart almighty and a prudent mind. Celestial messenger of various skill, whose powerful arts could watchful Argus kill. With winged feet 'tis thine through air to course, a friend of man and prophet of discourse. Great life supporter, to rejoice is thine, in arts gymnastic and in fraud divine, with power endued all language to explain, of care to the loosener and the source of gain, whose hand contains of blameless peace the rod, Corucian, blessed, profitable God, of various speech whose aid in works we find, and in necessities to mortals kind, dire weapon of the tongue, which men revere, be present, Hermes, and thy suppliant hear. Assist my works, conclude my life with peace, give graceful speech and memories increase. 29. To Proserpine, a hymn. Daughter of Jove, Persephone divine, come, blessed queen, and to these rites incline. Only begotten, Pluto's honored wife, O venerable goddess, source of life. 'Tis thine in earth's profundities to dwell, fast by the wide and dismal gates of hell. Jove's holy offspring of a beauteous mien, avenging goddess, subterranean queen. The fiery source, fair-haired, whose frame proceeds from Jove's ineffable and secret seeds, mother of Bacchus, sonorous, divine, and many-formed, the parent of the vine, associate of the seasons, essence bright, all-ruling virgin, bearing heavenly light, with fruits abounding of a beauteous mind, horned and alone desired by those of mortal kind. O vernal queen, whom grassy plains delight, sweet to the smell and pleasing to the sight, whose holy form in budding fruits we view, earth's vigorous offspring of a various hue, bespoused in autumn, life and death alone to wretched mortals from thy power is known. For thine the task according to thy will, life to produce and all that lives to kill. Here, blessed goddess, send a rich increase of various fruits from earth with lovely peace. Send health with gentle hand, and crown my life with blessed abundance free from noisy strife. Last, in extreme old age, the prey of death, dismiss me, willing to the realms beneath, to thy fair palace and the blissful plains, where happy spirits dwell and Pluto reigns. 30. To Bacchus, the fumigation from Storax. Bacchus, I call loud-sounding and divine, inspiring God, a twofold shape is thine. Thy various names and attributes I sing, O firstborn, thrice-begotten, Bacchic king. Rural, ineffable, two-formed, obscure, two-horned with ivy-crowned and ewing pure, bull-faced and martial, bearer of the vine, endued with counsel prudent and divine. O Madius, whom the leaves of vines adorn, of Jove and Proserpine occultly born, in beds ineffable, all blessed power, whom with triennial offerings men adore. Immortal Damon, hear my suppliant voice. Give me in blameless plenty to rejoice, and listen gracious to my mystic prayer, surrounded with thy choir of nurses fair. 31. To the Curetes, a hymn. Leaping Curetes, who with dancing feet and circling measures armed footsteps beat, whose bosoms bacchanalian furies fire, who move in rhythm to the sounding lyre, who traces death when lightly leaping tread, arm-bearers, strong defenders, rulers dread. Famed deities, the guards of Proserpine, preserving rites mysterious and divine. Come and benevolent this hymn attend, and with glad mind the herdsman's life defend. 32. To Pallas, a hymn. Only begotten, noble race of Jove, blessed and fierce, whose joyous in caves to rove, O warlike Pallas, whose illustrious kind ineffable and effable we find. Magnanimous and famed, the rocky height and groves and shady mountains thee delight. In arms rejoicing, who with furies dire and wild the souls of mortals dost inspire. Gymnastic virgin of terrific mind, dire Gorgon's bane, unmarried, blessed, kind. Mother of arts, impetuous, understood as fury by the bad, but wisdom by the good. Female and male, the arts of war are thine, O much-formed dragoness, inspired, divine. O'er the Phlegrian giants, roused to ire, thy coursers driving with destruction dire. Sprung from the head of Jove, of splendid mien, purger of evils, all-victorious queen. Hear me, O goddess, when to thee I pray, with supplicating voice both night and day. In my latest hour give peace and health, propitious times and necessary wealth, and ever present be thy votary's aid, O much implored, art's parent, blue-eyed maid. 33. To victory. The fumigation from Mana. O powerful victory, by men desired, with adverse breasts to dreadful fury fired, thee I invoke, whose might alone can quell contending rage and molestation fell. 'Tis thine in battle to confer the crown, the victor's prize, the mark of sweet renown. For thou rulest all things, victory divine, and glorious strife and joyful shouts are thine. Come, mighty goddess, and thy suppliant bless. With sparkling eyes, elated with success, may deeds illustrious thy protection claim, and find, led on by thee, immortal fame. 34. To Apollo. The fumigation from Mana. Blessed Paean, come, propitious to my prayer, illustrious power whom Memphian tribes revere, slayer of Tityus and the gods of health, Lycorian Phoebus, fruitful source of wealth. Spermatic, golden-lyred, the field from thee receives its constant rich fertility. Titanic, Grunian, Sminthian, thee I sing, Python-destroying, hallowed Delphian king. Rural light-bearer in the muse's head, noble and lovely, armed with arrows dread. Far-darting, Bacchian, twofold and divine, power far diffused, and course oblique is thine. O Delian king, whose light-producing eye views all within and all beneath the sky, whose locks are gold, whose oracles are sure, whose omens good revealest, and precepts pure. Hear me, entreating for the human kind, hear, and be present with benignant mind. For thou surveyest this boundless ether all, and every part of this terrestrial ball, abundant, blessed, and thy piercing sight extends beneath the gloomy, silent night. Beyond the darkness, starry-eyed, profound, the stable roots, deep fixed by thee, are found. The world's wide bounds, all flourishing, are thine, thyself of all the source and end divine. 'Tis thine all nature's music to inspire, with various sounding, harmonizing lyre. Now the last string thou tunest to sweet accord, divinely warbling, now the highest chord. The immortal golden lyre, now touched by thee, responsive yields a Dorian melody. All nature's tribes to thee their difference owe, and changing seasons from thy music flow. Hence, mixed by thee in equal parts advance, summer and winter in alternate dance. This claims the highest, that the lowest string, the Dorian measure, tunes the lovely spring. Hence by mankind Pan royal, two-horned named, shrill winds emitting through the Syrinx famed. Since to thy care the figured seal's consigned, which stamps the world with forms of every kind. Hear me, blessed power, and in these rites rejoice, and save thy mystics with a suppliant voice. 35. To Latona, the fumigation from myrrh. Dark-veiled Latona, much-invoked queen, twin-bearing goddess of a noble mien, Sanctus, great, a mighty mind is thine, offspring prolific, blessed of Jove divine. Phoebus proceeds from thee, the god of light, and Dian fair, whom winged darts delight. She, in Ortygia's honored regions born, in Delos he, which lofty mounts adorn. Hear me, O queen, and favorably attend, and to this teletee divine afford a pleasing end. 36. To Diana, the fumigation from Manna. Hear me, Jove's daughter, celebrated queen, Bacchian and Titan of a noble mien, in darts rejoicing and on all to shine, torch-bearing goddess, Dictna divine. O'er births presiding and thyself a maid, to labor pangs imparting ready aid. Dissolver of the zone and wrinkled care, fierce huntress, glorying in the sylvan war. Swift in the course, in dreadful arrows skilled, wandering by night rejoicing in the field. Of manly form, erect, of bounteous mind, illustrious daemon, nurse of humankind. Immortal, earthly, bane of monsters fell, 'tis thine, blessed maid, on woody mounts to dwell. Foe of the stag, whom woods and dogs delight, in endless youth you flourish fair and bright. O universal queen, august, divine, the various form, Sidonian power is thine. Dread guardian goddess, with benignant mind, auspicious come to mystic rites inclined. Give earth a store of beauteous fruits to bear, send gentle peace and health with lovely hair, and to the mountains drive disease and care. 37. To the Titans, the fumigation from frankincense. O mighty Titans, who from heaven and earth derive your noble and illustrious birth, our fathers' sires in Tartarus profound, who dwell deep merged beneath the solid ground, fountains and principles from whom began the afflicted, miserable race of man, who not alone in earth's retreats abide, but in the ocean and the air reside. Since every species from your nature flows, which, all prolific, nothing barren knows, avert your rage, if from the infernal seats one of your tribe should visit our retreats. 38. To the Curites, the fumigation from frankincense. Brass-beating Salians, ministers of Mars, who wear his arms the instrument of wars, whose blessed frames heaven, earth, and sea compose, and from whose breath all animals arose, who dwell in Samothracia's sacred ground, defending mortals through the sea profound. Deathless Curites, by your power alone, the greatest mystic rites to men at feast were shown, who shake old ocean thundering to the sky, and stubborn oaks with branches waving high. 'Tis yours, in glittering arms, the earth to beat with lightly leaping, rapid-sounding feet. Then, every beast the noise terrific flies, and the loud tumult wanders through the skies. The dust your feet excites with matchless force flies to the clouds amidst their whirling course, and every flower of variegated hue grows in the dancing motion formed by you. Immortal daemons, to your powers consigned, the task to nourish and destroy mankind. When rushing furious with loud tumult dire, overwhelmed they perish in your dreadful ire, and live replenished with the balmy air, the food of life committed to your care. When shook by you, the seas with wild uproar wide-spreading and profoundly whirling roar. The concave heavens with echo's voice resound when leaves with rustling noise bestrew the ground. Curates, Corybantes, ruling kings, whose praise the land of Samothracia sings. Great Jove's assessors, whose immortal breath sustains the soul and wafts her back from death. Aerial formed, who in Olympus shine, the heavenly twins, all lucid and divine. Blowing serene, from whom abundance springs, nurses of seasons, fruit-producing kings. 39. To Corybus, the fumigation from frankincense. The mighty ruler of this earthly ball, forever flowing to these rites I call. Martial and blessed, unseen by mortal sight, preventing fears and pleased with gloomy night. Hence fancy's terrors are by thee allayed, all various king who lovest the desert shade. Each of thy brothers killing, blood is thine, twofold curity, many-formed, divine. By thee transmuted, Ceres' body pure became a dragon's, savage and obscure. Avert thy anger, hear me when I pray, and by fixed fate drive fancy's fears away. 40. To Ceres, the fumigation from Storax. O universal mother, Ceres famed, August, the source of wealth and various named, great nurse, all bounteous, blessed and divine, whose joyous and peace to nourish corn is thine. Goddess of seed, of fruits abundant, fair, harvest and threshing are thy constant care. Lovely, delightful queen, by all desired, who dwellest in Eleusinia's holy vales retired. Nurse of all mortals, whose benignant mind, first plowing oxen to the yoke confined, and gave to men what nature's wants require, with plenteous means of bliss, which all desire. In verdure flourishing, in glory bright, assessor of great Bacchus, bearing light, rejoicing in the reaper's sickles kind, whose nature lucid, earthly, pure, we find. Prolific, venerable nurse divine, thy daughter loving, holy Prosperine. A car with dragons yoked 'tis thine to guide, and orgies singing round thy throne to ride. Only begotten, much producing queen, all flowers are thine, and fruits of lovely green. Bright goddess, come with summer's rich increase, swelling and pregnant, leading smiling peace. Come with fair concord and imperial health, and join with these a needful store of wealth. 41. To the Cerealian mother, the fumigation from aromatics. Cerealian queen of celebrated name, from whom both men and gods immortal came, who widely wandering once, oppressed with grief, in Eleusinia's valleys foundest relief, discovering Prosperine, thy daughter pure, in dread Avernus, dismal and obscure. A sacred youth, while through the earth you stray, Bacchus, attending leader of the way. A holy marriage of terrestrial Jove, relating while oppressed with grief you rove. Come, much invoked, and to these rites inclined, thy mystic suppliant bless with favoring mind. 42. To Mysa, the fumigation from Storax. I call Thesmophorus, spermatic god of various names, who bears the leafy rod. Mysa, ineffable, pure, sacred queen, twofold Iacchus, male and female seen. Illustrious, whether to rejoice is thine, in incense offered in the fane divine, or if in Phrygia most thy soul delights, performing with thy mother's sacred rites. Or if the land of Cyprus is thy care, pleased with the well-crowned Cytherea fair. Or if exulting in the fertile plains, with thy dark mother Isis where she reigns, with nurses pure attended near the flood of sacred Egypt, thy divine abode, wherever resident benevolent attend, and in perfection these our labors end. 43. To the seasons. The fumigation from aromatics. Daughters of Jove and Themis, seasons bright, justice and blessed peace and lawful right, vernal and grassy, vivid holy powers, whose balmy breath exhales in lovely flowers. All colored seasons, rich increase your care, circling, forever flourishing and fair, invested with a veil of shining dew, a flowery veil delightful to the view. Attending Proserpine, when back from night, the fates and graces lead her up to light. When in a band harmonious they advance, and joyful round her form the solemn dance, with Ceres triumphing and Jove divine, propitious come and on our incense shine. Give earth a store of blameless fruits to bear, and make these novel mystics' life your care. 44. To Semele. The fumigation from Storax. Cadmean goddess, universal queen, thee, Semele, I call, of beauteous mien. Deep-bosomed, lovely flowing locks are thine, mother of Bacchus, joyful and divine. The mighty offspring whom Jove's thunder bright forced immature and frightened into light, born from the deathless councils, secret high, of Jove Saturnian, regent of the sky, whom Proserpine permits to view the light and visit mortals from the realms of night, constant attending on the sacred rites and feast triennial which thy soul delights. When thy son's wondrous birth mankind relate, and secrets pure and holy celebrate, now I invoke thee, great Cadmean queen, to bless thy mystics, lenient and serene. 45. To Dionysius Basarius Triennialis. A hymn. Come, blessed Dionysius, various named, bull-faced, begot from thunder, Bacchus famed, Basarian god of universal might, whom swords and blood and sacred rage delight. In heaven rejoicing, mad, loud-sounding god, furious inspirer, bearer of the rod. By gods revered who dwellest with humankind, propitious come with much rejoicing mind. 46. To Lignitus Bacchus. The fumigation from Mana. Lignitan Bacchus, bearer of the vine, thee I invoke to bless these rites divine. Florid and gay, of nymphs the blossom bright, and of fair Venus, goddess of delight. 'Tis thine mad footsteps with mad nymphs to beat, dancing through groves with lightly leaping feet. From Jove's high councils, nursed by Proserpine, and born the dread of all the powers divine. Come, blessed God, regard thy suppliant's voice. Propitious, come, and in these rites rejoice. 47. To Bacchus Pericionius. The fumigation from aromatics. Bacchus Pericionius, hear my prayer, who madest the house of Cadmus once thy care, with matchless force his pillars twining round, when burning thunders shook the solid ground. In flaming, sounding torrents borne along, propped by thy grasp indissolubly strong. Come, mighty Bacchus, to these rites inclined, and bless thy suppliants with rejoicing mind. 48. To Sabazius. The fumigation from aromatics. Hear me, illustrious father, Damon famed, great Saturn's offspring, and Sabazius named. inserting Bacchus, bearer of the vine, and sounding God within thy high divine, that when mature, the Dionysian god might burst the bands of his concealed abode, and come to sacred Tmolus, his delight, where Ippa dwells, all beautiful and bright. Best Phrygian god, the most august of all, come, aid thy mystics when on thee they call. 49. To Ippa, the fumigation from Storax. Great nurse of Bacchus, to my prayer incline, for holy Sebas's secret rite are thine. The mystic rites of Bacchus's nightly choirs, composed of sacred, loud resounding fires. Hear me, terrestrial mother, mighty queen, whether on Ida's holy mountain seen, or if to dwell in Tmolus thee delights, with holy aspect come, and bless these rites. 50. To Lysias Linnaeus, a hymn. Hear me, Jove's son, blessed Bacchus, god of wine, born of two mothers, honored and divine. Lycian, Euian, Bacchus, various named, of gods the offspring, secret, holy, famed. Fertile and nourishing, whose liberal care augments the fruit that banishes despair. Sounding, magnanimous, lenient power, O various-formed, medicinal, holy flower, mortals in thee repose from labor find, delightful charmed, desired by all mankind. Fair-haired Euian, Bromian, joyful god, Lycian, insanely raging with the leafy rod. To these our rites benignant power incline, when favoring men, or when on gods you shine. Be present to thy mystic suppliant prayer, rejoicing come, and fruits abundant bear. 51. To the nymphs, the fumigation from aromatics. Nymphs, who from ocean famed derive your birth, who dwell in liquid caverns of the earth. Nurses of Bacchus, secret coursing powers, fructiferous goddesses who nourish flowers, earthly, rejoicing who in meadows dwell, and caves and dens whose depths extend to hell. Holy, oblique, who swiftly soar through air, fountains and dews and winding streams your care, seen and unseen, who joy with wanderings wide, and gentle course through flowery vales to glide. With Pan, exulting on the mountain's height, inspired and stridulous, whom woods delight. Nymphs, odorous, robed in white, whose streams exhale the breeze refreshing and the balmy gale. With goats and pastures pleased, and beasts of prey, nurses of fruits unconscious of decay. In cold rejoicing and to cattle kind, sportive through ocean wandering unconfined. O Nysian nymphs insane, whom oaks delight, lovers of spring, Paeonian virgins bright. With Bacchus and with Ceres hear my prayer, and to mankind abundant favor bear. Propitious, listen to your suppliant's voice. Come, and benignant in these rites rejoice. Give plenteous seasons and sufficient wealth, and pour in lasting streams continued health. 52. To Triotericus, the fumigation from aromatics. Bacchus, frenetic, much named, blessed, divine, bull-horned, Lanian, bearer of the vine, from fire descended, Rhaegian, Nysian king, from whom initial ceremonies spring. Lignitan Bacchus, pure and fiery bright, prudent crown-bearer, wandering in the night. Nursed in Mount Mero, all mysterious power, triple, ineffable, Jove's secret flower. Ericapius, first begotten named, of gods the father and the offspring famed, bearing a scepter, leader of the choir, whose dancing feet frenetic furies fire when the triennial band thou dost inspire. Omadian, captor of a fiery light, born of two mothers, Amphiatis bright. Love, mountain wandering, clothed with skins of deer, Apollo, golden-rayed, whom all revere. Great annual god of grapes, with ivy crowned, Bessarion, lovely, virgin-like, renowned. Come, blessed power, regard thy mystic's voice. Propitious come, and in these rites rejoice. 53. To Amphiatus Bacchus. The fumigation from every aromatic except frankincense. Terrestrial Dionysius, hear my prayer. Rise vigilant with nymphs of lovely hair. Great Amphiatus Bacchus, annual god, who laid asleep in Prosperine's abode. Her sacred seat didst lull to drowsy rest, the rites triennial and the sacred feast, which roused again by thee in graceful ring, thy nurses round thee mystic anthems sing. When briskly dancing with rejoicing powers, thou movest in concert with the circling hours. Come, blessed, fruitful, horned, and divine, and on this sacred telete propitious shine. Accept the pious incense and the prayer, and make prolific holy fruits thy care. 54. To Silenus, Satyrus, and the priestesses of Bacchus. The fumigation from Manna. Great nurse of Bacchus, to my prayer incline. Silenus, honored by the powers divine, and by mankind at the triennial feast, illustrious daemon, reverenced as the best. Holy August, the source of lawful rights, frenetic power whom vigilance delights. Surrounded by thy nurses young and fair, naiads and Bacchic nymphs who ivy bear. With all thy satyrs on our incense shine, daemons wild-formed, and bless the rites divine. Come, rouse to sacred joy thy pupil king, and brumal nymphs with rites Linnaean bring. Our orgies, shining through the night, inspire, and bless, triumphant power, the sacred choir. 55. To Venus, a hymn. Heavenly, illustrious, laughter-loving queen, sea-born, night-loving of an awful mien, crafty from whom necessity first came, producing nightly, all-connecting dame. 'Tis thine the world with harmony to join, for all things spring from thee, O power divine. The triple fates are ruled by thy decree, and all productions yield alike to thee. Whatever the heavens encircling all contain, earth fruit-producing and the stormy main, thy sway confesses and obeys thy nod, awful attendant of the brumal god. Goddess of marriage, charming to the sight, mother of loves whom banquetings delight, source of persuasion, secret favoring queen, illustrious born, apparent and unseen, spousal, Lupercal, and to men inclined, prolific, most desired, life-giving, kind. Great scepter-bearer of the gods, 'tis thine, mortals in necessary bands to join, and every tribe of savage monsters dire in magic chains to bind through mad desire. Come, Cyprus-born, and to my prayer incline, whether exalted in the heavens you shine, or pleased in odorous Syria to preside, or over the Egyptian plains thy car to guide, fashioned of gold, and near its sacred flood, fertile and famed, to fix thy blessed abode. Or if rejoicing in the azure shores, near where the sea with foaming billows roars, the circling choirs of mortals thy delight, or beauteous nymphs with eyes cerulean bright, pleased by the sandy banks renowned of old, to drive thy rapid two-yoked car of gold. Or if in Cyprus thy famed mother fair, where nymphs unmarried praise thee every year, the loveliest nymphs, who in the chorus join, Adonis pure to sing, and thee divine. Come, all attractive to my prayer inclined, for thee I call with holy, reverent mind. 56. To Adonis. The Fumigation from Aromatics. Much named and best of daemons, hear my prayer. The desert loving, decked with tender hair, joy to diffuse by all desired is thine. Much formed, Eubolus, aliment divine. Female and male, all charming to the sight, Adonis ever flourishing and bright. At stated periods, doomed to set and rise, with splendid lamp, the glory of the skies. Two-horned and lovely, reverenced with tears, of splendid form adorned with copious hairs, rejoicing in the chase, all graceful power, sweet plant of Venus, love's delightful flower. Descended from the secret bed divine of Pluto's queen, the fair-haired Proserpine. 'Tis thine to sink in Tartarus profound, and shine again through heaven's illustrious round. Come, timely power, with providential care, and to thy mystics earth's productions bear. 57. To the terrestrial Hermes. The Fumigation from Storax. Hermes, I call, whom fate decrees to dwell near to Cocytus, the famed stream of hell, and in necessity's dread path whose bourne to none that reach it to error permits return. O Bacchic Hermes, progeny divine, of Dionysius, parent of the vine, and of celestial Venus, Paphian queen, dark eyelashed goddess of a lovely mien, who constant wanderest through the sacred seats where hell's dread empress, Proserpine, retreats. To wretched souls, the leader of the way, when fate decrees to regions void of day, thine is the wand which causes sleep to fly, or lulls to slumberous rest the weary eye. For Proserpine, through Tartarus dark and wide, gave thee forever flowing souls to guide. Come, blessed power, the sacrifice to attend, and grant thy mystics' works a happy end. 58. To Love. The Fumigation from Aromatics. I call, great love, the source of sweet delight, holy and pure and charming to the sight, darting and winged, impetuous, fierce desire, with gods and mortals playing, wandering fire. Agile and twofold, keeper of the keys of heaven and earth, the air and spreading seas. Of all that Ceres' fertile realms contains, by which the all-parent goddess life sustains, or dismal Tartarus is doomed to keep, widely extended o'er the sounding deep. For thee all nature's various realms obey, who rulest alone with universal sway. Come, blessed power, regard these mystic fires, and far avert unlawful, mad desires. 59. To the Fates. The Fumigation from Aromatics. Daughters of darkling night, much named, draw near, infinite fates, and listen to my prayer. Who in the heavenly lake, where waters white burst from a fountain hid in depths of night, and through a dark and stony cavern glide, a cave profound, invisible, abide. From whence, wide, coursing round the boundless earth, your power extends to those of mortal birth. To men with hope elated, trifling, gay, a race presumptuous, born but to decay. To these acceding in a purple veil, to sense impervious you yourselves conceal. When in the plain of fate you joyful ride, in one great car with glory for your guide, till all complete your heaven appointed round, at justice, hope, and care's concluding bound. The terms absolved, prescribed by ancient law, of power immense, and just without a flaw. For fate alone, with vision unconfined, surveys the conduct of the mortal kind. Fate is Jove's perfect and eternal eye, for Jove and fate our every deed descry. Come, gentle powers, well-born, benignant, famed, Atropos, Lachesis, and Cloto, named. Unchanged, aerial, wandering in the night, untamed, invisible to mortal sight. Fates all-producing, all-destroying here, regard the incense and the holy prayer. Propitious, listen to these rites inclined, and far avert distress with placid mind. 60. To the Graces. The Fumigation from Storax. Hear me, illustrious Graces, mighty named, from Jove descended and Eunomia famed, Thalia and Aglaea fair and bright, and blessed Euphrosyne, whom joys delight. Mothers of mirth, all lovely to the view, pleasure abundant, pure, belongs to you. Various, forever flourishing and fair, desired by mortals, much invoked in prayer, circling, dark-eyed, delightful to mankind. Come, and your mystics bless with bounteous mind. 61. To Nemesis, a hymn. Thee, Nemesis, I call, almighty queen, by whom the deeds of mortal life are seen, eternal, much revered, of boundless sight, alone rejoicing in the just and right, changing the counsels of the human breast, forever various, rolling without rest. To every mortal is thy influence known, and men beneath thy righteous bondage groan. For every thought within the mind concealed is to thy sight perspicuously revealed. The soul, unwilling reason to obey, by lawless passion ruled thine eyes survey. All to see, hear, and rule, O power divine, whose nature equity contains, is thine. Come, blessed holy goddess, hear my prayer, and make thy mystic's life thy constant care. Give aid benignant in the needful hour, and strength abundant to the reasoning power, and far avert the dire, unfriendly race of counsels impious, arrogant, and base. 62. To Justice. The Fumigation from Frankincense. The piercing eye of justice bright I sing, placed by the sacred throne of Jove the king, perceiving thence with vision unconfined the life and conduct of the humankind. To thee revenge and punishment belong, chastising every deed unjust and wrong, whose power alone dissimilars can join, and from the equality of truth combine. For all the ill persuasion can inspire, when urging bad designs with counsel dire, 'tis thine alone to punish, with the race of lawless passions and incentives base. For thou art ever to the good inclined, and hostile to the men of evil mind. Come, all propitious, and thy suppliant hear, till fate's predestined fatal hour draws near. 63. To Equity. The Fumigation from Frankincense. O blessed Equity, mankind's delight, the eternal friend of conduct just and right, abundant, venerable, honored maid, to judgments pure dispensing constant aid, and conscience stable and an upright mind. For men unjust by thee are undermined, whose souls perverse thy bondage never desire, but, more untamed, decline thy scourges dire. Harmonious, friendly power, averse to strife, in peace rejoicing and a stable life. Lovely, convivial, of a gentle mind, hating excess, to equal deeds inclined. Wisdom and virtue of whatever degree receive their proper bound alone in thee. Here, goddess equity, the deeds destroy of evil men which human life annoy, that all may yield to thee of mortal birth, whether supported by the fruits of earth, or in her kindly fertile bosom found, or in the realms of marine Jove profound. 64. To Law, a Hymn. The holy King of gods and men I call, celestial law, the righteous seal of all, the seal which stamps whatever the earth contains, and all concealed within the liquid plains, stable and starry of harmonious frame, preserving laws eternally the same. Thy all-composing power in heaven appears, connects its frame and props the starry spheres, and unjust envy shakes with dreadful sound, tossed by thy arm in giddy whirls around. 'Tis thine the life of mortals to defend, and crown existence with a blessed end. For thy command alone of all that lives, order and rule to every dwelling gives. Ever observant of the upright mind, and of just actions the companion kind, foe to the lawless with avenging ire, their steps involving in destruction dire, come, blessed abundant power whom all revere, by all desired with favoring mind draw near. Give me through life on thee to fix my sight, and never forsake the equal paths of right. 65. To Mars, the fumigation from frankincense. Magnanimous, unconquered, boisterous Mars, in darts rejoicing and in bloody wars, fierce and untamed, whose mighty power can make the strongest walls from their foundations shake. Mortal destroying king, defiled with gore, pleased with war's dreadful and tumultuous roar, thee human blood and swords and spears delight, and the dire ruin of mad savage fight. Stay furious contests and avenging strife, whose works with woe embitter human life. To lovely Venus and to Bacchus yield, for arms exchanged the labors of the field. Encourage peace to gentle works inclined, and give abundance with benignant mind. 66. To Vulcan, the fumigation from frankincense and manna. Strong, mighty Vulcan, bearing splendid light, unwearied fire with flaming torrents bright, strong-handed, deathless, and of art divine, pure element, a portion of the world is thine. All taming artist, all diffusive power, 'tis thine, supreme, all substance to devour. Ether, sun, moon, and stars, light pure and clear, for these thy lucid parts to men appear. To thee all dwellings, cities, tribes belong, diffused through mortal bodies, rich and strong. Here, blessed power, to holy rites incline, and all propitious on the incense shine. Suppress the rage of fire's unwearied frame, and still preserve our nature's vital flame. 67. To Aesculapius, the fumigation from manna. Great Aesculapius, skilled to heal mankind, all-ruling Pan, and physician kind, whose arts medicinal can alone assuage diseases dire and stop their dreadful rage. Strong, lenient God, regard my suppliant prayer. Bring gentle health adorned with lovely hair. Convey the means of mitigating pain, and raging deadly pestilence restrain. O power, all flourishing, abundant, bright, Apollo's honored offspring, God of light. Husband of blameless health, the constant foe of dread disease, the minister of woe. Come, blessed Savior, human health defend, and to the mortal life afford a prosperous end. 68. To Health, the fumigation from manna. O much desired, prolific, general queen, hear me, life-bearing health of beauteous mien. Mother of all, by thee diseases dire, of bliss destructive, from our life retire. And every house is flourishing and fair, if with rejoicing aspect thou art there. Each daedal art thy vigorous force inspires, and all the world thy helping hand desires. Pluto, life's bane, alone resists thy will, and ever hates thy all-preserving skill. O fertile queen, from thee forever flows to mortal life from agony repose, and men without thy all-sustaining ease find nothing useful, nothing formed to please. Without thy aid, not Pluto's self can thrive, nor man to much afflicted age arrive. For thou alone, of countenance serene, dost govern all things, universal queen. Assist thy mystics with propitious mind, and far avert disease of every kind. 69. To the Furies, the fumigation from aromatics. Vociferous bacchanalian furies here, ye I invoke, dread powers whom all revere. Nightly, profound, in secret who retire, Tisiphone, Alecto, and Megara dire. Deep in a cavern merged, involved in night, near where Styx flows, impervious to the sight, to mankind's impious counsels ever nigh, fateful and fierce to punish these you fly. Revenge and sorrows dire to you belong, hid in a savage vest, severe and strong. Terrific virgins who forever dwell, endued with various forms in deepest hell, aerial and unseen by humankind, and swiftly coursing, rapid as the mind. In vain the sun with winged effulgence bright, in vain the moon far darting milder light. Wisdom and virtue may attempt in vain, and pleasing art our transport to obtain. Unless with these you readily conspire, and far avert your all-destructive ire, the boundless tribe of mortals you descry, and justly rule with right's impartial eye. Come, snaky-haired, fate's many-formed divine, suppress your rage, and to our rights incline. 70. To the Furies, the fumigation from aromatics. Hear me, illustrious Furies, mighty named, terrific powers for prudent counsel famed, holy and pure from Jove terrestrial born, and Prosperine whom lovely locks adorn, whose piercing sight with vision unconfined surveys the deeds of all the impious kind. On fate attendant, punishing the race with wrath severe of deeds unjust and base. Dark-colored queens whose glittering eyes are bright with dreadful, radiant, life-destroying light. Eternal rulers, terrible and strong, to whom revenge and tortures dire belong. Fateful and horrid to the human sight, with snaky tresses wandering in the night. Hither approach, and in these rites rejoice, for ye I call with holy suppliant voice. 71. To Melanoi, the fumigation from aromatics. I call Melanoi, saffron-veiled terrene, who from dread Pluto's venerable queen, mixed with Saturnian Jupiter, arose, near where Cocytus's mournful river flows. When, under Pluto's semblance, Jove divine, deceived with guileful arts dark Prosperine. Hence, partly black thy limbs and partly white, from Pluto dark, from Jove ethereal bright. Thy colored members, men by night inspire, when seen in spectred forms with terrors dire. Now darkly visible, involved in night, perspicuous now, they meet the fearful sight. Terrestrial queen, expel wherever found the soul's mad fears to earth's remotest bound. With holy aspect on our incense shine, and bless thy mystics and the rites divine. 72. To Fortune. The fumigation from frankincense. Approach, Queen Fortune, with propitious mind, and rich abundance to my prayer inclined. Placid and gentle Trivia, mighty named, imperial Dian, born of Pluto famed, mankind's unconquered, endless praise is thine, sepulchral, widely wandering power divine. In thee our various mortal life is found, and some from thee in copious wealth abound, while others mourn thy hand averse to bless, in all the bitterness of deep distress. Be present, Goddess, to thy votaries kind, and give abundance with benignant mind. 73. To the Daemon. The fumigation from frankincense. Thee, mighty ruling Daemon dread, I call, mild Jove, life-giving and the source of all. Great Jove, much wandering, terrible and strong, to whom revenge and tortures dire belong. Mankind from thee in plenteous wealth abound, when in their dwellings joyful thou art found, or pass through life afflicted and distressed, the needful means of bliss by thee suppressed. 'Tis thine alone, endued with boundless might, to keep the keys of sorrow and delight. O holy blessed Father, hear my prayer. Disperse the seeds of life-consuming care. With favoring mind the sacred rites attend, and grant to life a glorious, blessed end. 74. To Laocotia. The fumigation from aromatics. I call Laocotia, of great Cadmus born, and Bacchus's nurse, whom ivy leaves adorn. Here, powerful goddess in the mighty deep, vast-bosomed, destined thy domain to keep. In waves rejoicing, guardian of mankind, for ships from thee alone deliverance find. Amidst the fury of the unstable main, when art no more avails and strength is vain. When rushing billows with tempestuous ire overwhelm the mariner in ruin dire, thou hearest with pity touched his suppliant prayer, resolved his life to succor and to spare. Be ever present, goddess, in distress, waft ships along with prosperous success. Thy mystics through the stormy sea defend, and safe conduct them to their destined end. 75. To Paulaemon. The fumigation from Manna. O nursed with Dionysius, doomed to keep thy dwelling in the widely spreading deep, with joyful aspect to my prayer incline, propitious come and bless the rites divine. Thy mystics through the earth and sea attend, and from old ocean's stormy waves defend. For ships their safety ever owe to thee, who wanderest with them through the raging sea. Come, guardian power, whom mortal tribes desire, and far avert the deep's destructive ire. 76. To the Muses. The fumigation from frankincense. Daughters of Jove, loud-sounding and divine, renowned, Pierian, sweetly speaking nine. To those whose breasts your sacred furies fire, much formed the objects of supreme desire. Sources of blameless virtue to mankind, who form to excellence the youthful mind, who nurse the soul and give her to descry the paths of right with reason's steady eye. Commanding queens, who lead to sacred light the intellect refined from error's night, and to mankind each holy rite disclose, for mystic knowledge from your nature flows. Clio and Erato, who charms the sight, with thee, Euterpe, ministering delight. Thalia flourishing, Polymnia famed, Melpomene from skill in music named, Terpsichore, Urania heavenly bright, with thee who gavest me to behold the light. Come, venerable various powers divine, with favoring aspect on your mystic shine. Bring glorious, ardent, lovely, famed desire, and warm my bosom with your sacred fire. 77. To Mnemosyne, or the goddess of memory, the fumigation from frankincense. The consort I invoke of Jove divine, source of the holy, sweetly speaking nine, free from the oblivion of the fallen mind, by whom the soul with intellect is joined. Reason's increase and thought to thee belong, all-powerful, pleasant, vigilant, and strong. 'Tis thine to waken from lethargic rest all thoughts deposited within the breast, and not neglecting vigorous to excite the mental eye from dark oblivion's night. Come, blessed power, thy mystic's memory wake, to holy rites, and Lethe's fetters break. 78. To Aurora, the fumigation from Mana. Hear me, O goddess, whose emerging ray leads in the broad refulgence of the day. Blushing Aurora, whose celestial light beams on the world with reddening splendors bright. Angel of Titan, whom with constant round thy orient beams recall from night profound. Labor of every kind to lead is thine, of mortal life the minister divine. Mankind in thee eternally delight, and none presumes to shun thy beauteous sight. Soon as thy splendors break the bands of rest, and eyes unclose with pleasing sleep oppressed, men, reptiles, birds, and beasts with general voice, and all the nations of the deep rejoice. For all the culture of our life is thine. Come, blessed power, and to these rites incline. Thy holy light increase and unconfined, diffuse its radiance on thy mystic's mind. 79. To Themis, the fumigation from frankincense. Illustrious Themis of celestial birth, thee I invoke, young blossom of the earth, all beauteous virgin. First from thee alone prophetic oracles to men were known, given from the deep recesses of the fane. In sacred Pytho where renowned you reign. From thee Apollo's oracles arose, and from thy power his inspiration flows. Honored by all, of form divinely bright, majestic virgin, wandering in the night. Mankind from thee first learnt perfective rites, and Bacchus's nightly choirs thy soul delights. For the gods' honors to disclose is thine, and holy mysteries and rites divine. Be present, goddess, to my prayer inclined, and bless thy Telete with favoring mind. 80. To Boreas, the fumigation from frankincense. Boreas, whose wintry blasts terrific tear the bosom of the deep surrounding air. Cold, icy power, approach and favoring blow, and Thrace a wild desert exposed to snow. The air's all misty darkening state dissolve, with pregnant clouds whose fames and shows resolve. Serenely temper all within the sky, and wipe from moisture ether's splendid eye. 81. To Zephyrus, the fumigation from frankincense. Sea-born, aerial, blowing from the west, sweet gales who give to wearied labor rest, vernal and grassy and of murmuring sound, to ships delightful through the sea profound. For these, impelled by you with gentle force, pursue with prosperous fate their destined course. With blameless gales regard my suppliant prayer, zephyrs unseen, light-winged, and formed from air. 82. To the south wind, the fumigation from frankincense. Wide coursing gales, whose lightly leaping feet with rapid wings the air's wet bosom beat, approach, benevolent, swift whirling powers, with humid clouds the principles of showers. For showery clouds are portioned to your care, to send on earth from all surrounding air. Here, blessed power, these holy rites attend, and fruitful rains on earth all parent send. 83. To Ocean, The fumigation from aromatics. Ocean I call, whose nature ever flows, from whom at first both gods and men arose. Sire incorruptible, whose waves surround and earth's all-terminating circle bound. Hence every river, hence the spreading sea, and earth's pure bubbling fountains spring from thee. Here, mighty sire, for boundless bliss is thine, greatest cathartic of the powers divine. Earth's friendly limit, fountain of the pole, whose waves wide-spreading and circumfluent roll. Approach, benevolent with placid mind, and be forever to thy mystics kind. 84. To Vesta. The fumigation from aromatics. Daughter of Saturn, venerable dame, who dwellest amidst great fire's eternal flame. In sacred rites, these ministers are thine, mystics much blessed, holy and divine. In thee the gods have fixed their dwelling place, strong, stable basis of the mortal race. Eternal, much formed, ever florid queen, laughing and blessed and of lovely mien. Accept these rites, accord each just desire, and gentle health and needful good inspire. 85. To sleep. The fumigation from a poppy. Sleep, king of gods, and men of mortal birth, sovereign of all, sustained by Mother Earth. For thy dominion is supreme alone, over all extended, and by all things known. 'Tis thine all bodies with benignant mind, in other bands than those of brass to bind, tamer of cares to weary toil repose, and from whom sacred solace in affliction flows. Thy pleasing gentle chains preserve the soul, and even the dreadful cares of death control. For death and Lethe with oblivious stream, mankind thy genuine brothers justly deem, with favoring aspect to my prayer incline, and save thy mystics in their works divine. 86. To the divinity of dreams. The fumigation from aromatics. Thee I invoke, blessed power of dreams divine, angel of future fates, swift wings are thine, great source of oracles to humankind, when stealing soft and whispering to the mind, through sleep's sweet silence and the gloom of night, thy power awakes the intellectual sight. To silent souls the will of heaven relates, and silently reveals their future fates. Forever friendly to the upright mind, sacred and pure to holy rites inclined. For these with pleasing hope thy dreams inspire, bliss to anticipate which all desire. Thy visions manifest of fate disclose, what methods best may mitigate our woes. Reveal what rites the gods immortal please, and what the means their anger to appease. Forever tranquil is the good man's end, whose life thy dreams admonish and defend. But from the wicked turned averse to bless, thy form unseen the angel of distress. No means to check approaching ill they find, pensive with fears and to the future blind. Come, blessed power, the signatures reveal, which heaven's decrees mysteriously conceal. Signs only present to the worthy mind, nor omens ill disclose of monstrous kind. 87. To death. The fumigation from manna. Hear me, O death, whose empire unconfined extends to mortal tribes of every kind. On thee the portion of our time depends, whose absence lengthens life, whose presence ends. Thy sleep perpetual bursts the vivid folds by which the soul attracting body holds, common to all of every sex and age, for naught escapes thy all-destructive rage. Not youth itself thy clemency can gain, vigorous and strong, by thee untimely slain. In thee the end of nature's works is known, In thee all judgment is absolved alone. No suppliant arts thy dreadful rage control, no vows revoke the purpose of thy soul. O blessed power, regard my ardent prayer, and human life to age abundant spare. Additional notes. The following additional notes are given for the purpose of elucidating the Orphic theology, with which the preceding hymns are replete. They form the greater part of the Scholia of Proclus on the Credulus of Plato, a work inestimably valuable to the student of the Grecian theology, and which has been recently published with very valuable critical notes by the most learned Professor Boussinade. The following translation, however, was made by me many years ago from a manuscript of this work, which is a copy of an original in the possession of Mr. Hibber, and which is so very rare that it is not to be found either in the Bodleian Library or the British Museum, nor, I believe, in any of the public libraries of Great Britain. I have given the translation of these scholia in the order in which they occur in the original, as I could not have done otherwise without omitting some part of them, which, on account of their great importance, I was unwilling to do. Jupiter is not said to be, but is, the father of those who genuinely preserve the proper form of life, such as Hercules and the Dioscuri, but of those who are never at any time able to convert themselves to a divine nature, he never is, nor is said to be the father. Such, therefore, as having been partakers of a certain energy above human nature, have again fallen into the sea of dissimilitude, and honor among men have embraced error towards the gods. Of these, Jupiter is said to be the father. The paternal cause originates supernally from the intelligible and occult gods, for there the first fathers of wholes subsist, but it proceeds through all the intellectual gods into the demiurgic order. For Timaeus celebrates this order as at the same time fabricative and paternal, since he calls Jupiter the demiurgus and father. The fathers, however, who are superior to the one fabrication, are called gods of gods, but the demiurgus is the father of gods and men. Farther still, Jupiter is said to be peculiarly the father of some, as of Hercules, who immutably preserve a Jovian and ruling life during their converse with the realms of generation. Jupiter, therefore, is triply father of gods, partial souls, and of souls that embrace an intellectual and Jovian life. The intellectual order of the gods, therefore, is supernally bounded by the king of the total divine genera, and who has a paternal transcendency with respect to all the intellectual gods. This king, according to Orpheus, is called by the blessed immortals that dwell on lofty Olympus, Phanes, Protagonus. But this order proceeds through the three nights and the celestial orders into the Titanic or Saturnian series, where it first separates itself from the fathers and changes the kingdom of the Synoekes for a distributive government of wholes, and unfolds every demiurgic genus of the gods from all the above-mentioned ruling and royal causes, but proximately from Saturn, the leader of the Titanic orders. Prior, however, to the fabricators, it unfolds Jupiter, who is allotted the unical strength of the whole demiurgic series, and who produces and gives subsistence to all unapparent and apparent natures. And he is indeed intellectual according to the order in which he ranks, but he produces the species and the genera of beings into the order of sensibles. He is likewise filled with the gods above himself, but imparts from himself a progression into being to all mundane natures. Hence Orpheus represents him fabricating every celestial race, making the sun and moon and the other starry gods, together with the sublunary elements, and diversifying the latter with forms which before had a disordered subsistence. He likewise represents him presiding over the gods who are distributed about the whole world, and who are suspended from him, and in the character of a legislator, assigning distributions of providence in the universe according to desert to all the mundane gods. Homer, too, following Orpheus, celebrates him as the common father of gods and men, as leader and king, and as the supreme of rulers. He also says that all the multitude of mundane gods is collected about him, abides in and is perfected by him, for all the mundane gods are converted to Jupiter through Themis. But Jupiter orders Themis to call the gods in council, and she, directing her course, everywhere commands them to go to the house of Jupiter. All of them, therefore, are excited according to the one will of Jupiter, and become within Jupiter, as the poet says. Jupiter, too, again separates them within himself according to two coordinations, and excites them to providential energies about secondary natures. He, at the same time, as Timaeus says, abiding after his accustomed manner. Thus spoke Saturnian Jupiter, and excited inevitable war. Jupiter, however, is separate and exempt from all mundane natures, and whence also the most total and leading of the other gods, though they appear to have in a certain respect equal authority with Jupiter, through a progression from the same causes, yet call him Father. For both Neptune and Juno celebrate him by this appellation, and though Juno speaks to him as one who is of the same order, for I also am a divinity, and Saturn of inflected counsel endowed me with the greatest dignity when he begot me. And though Neptune says, for we are three brothers from Saturn, whom Rhea bore, Jupiter and I, and the third is Pluto, who governs the infernal realms. Yet Jupiter is called Father by both these divinities, and this because he comprehends in himself the one and impartible cause of all fabrication, is prior to the Saturnian triad, connectedly contains the three fathers, and comprehends on all sides the vivification of Juno. Hence, at the same time that this goddess gives animation to the universe, he also, together with other gods, gives subsistence to souls. Very properly, therefore, do we say that the Demiurgus in the Timaeus is the mighty Jupiter. For he it is who produces mundane intellects and souls, who adorns all bodies with figures and numbers, and inserts in them one union, and an indissoluble friendship and bond. For Night also, in Orpheus, advises Jupiter to employ things of this kind in the fabrication of the universe. But when your power around the whole has spread, a strong coercive bond. The proximate bond, indeed, of mundane natures is that which subsists through analogy, but the more perfect bond is derived from intellect and soul. Hence Timaeus calls the communion of the elements through analogy, and the indissoluble union from life, a bond. For he says animals were generated bound with animated bonds, but a more venerable bond than these subsists from the demiurgic will. For my will, says Jupiter in the Timaeus, is a greater and more principal bond, etc. Firmly adhering, therefore, to this conception respecting the mighty Jupiter, for example, that he is the demiurgus and father of the universe, that he is an all-perfect, imparticipable intellect, and that he fills all things, both with other goods and with life, let us survey how from names Socrates unfolds the mystic truth concerning this divinity. Timaeus then says that it is difficult to know the essence of the demiurgus, and Socrates now says that it is not easy to understand his name, which manifests his power and energy. Again, our soul knows partably the impartible nature of the energy of the gods, and that which is characterized by unity in this energy in a multiplied manner. And this especially takes place about the demiurgus, who expands intellectual forms and calls forth intelligible causes, and evolves them to the fabrication of the universe. For Parmenides characterizes him by sameness and difference. According to Homer, two tubs are placed near him, and the most mystic tradition and the oracles of the gods say that the duad is seated with him. For thus they speak: he possesses both, containing intelligibles in intellect, but introducing sense to the worlds. These oracles likewise call him twice beyond and twice there. And in short, they celebrate him through the duad. For the demiurgus comprehends in himself unitedly everything prolific, and which gives subsistence to mundane natures. Very properly, therefore, is his name twofold, of which dia manifests the cause through which, and this is paternal goodness. But inva signifies vivification, the first causes of which in the universe the demiurgus unically comprehends. The former, too, is a symbol of the Saturnian and paternal series, but the latter of the vivific maternal Rhea. So far, likewise, as Jupiter receives the whole of Saturn, he gives subsistence to a triple essence, the impartible, the partible, and that which subsists between these. But according to the Rhea which he contains in himself, he scatters as from a mountain intellectual, psychical, and corporeal life. But by his demiurgic powers and energies, he gives a formal subsistence to these, and separates them from forms of a prior order, and from each other. He is also the ruler and king of all things, and is exempt from the three demiurgi, for they, as Socrates says in the Gorgias, divide the kingdom of their father. But Jupiter, the demiurgus, at once, without division, reigns over the three, and unically governs them. He is therefore the cause of the paternal triad, and of all fabrication, but he connectedly contains the three demiurgi, and he is a king indeed, as being coordinated with the fathers, but a ruler, as being proximately established above the demiurgic triad and comprehending the uniform cause of it. Plato, therefore, by considering his name in two ways, evinces that images receive partably the unical causes of paradigms, and that this is adapted to him who establishes the intellectual duad in himself. For he gives subsistence to twofold orders, the celestial and the supercelestial. Once also the theologist Orpheus says that his scepter consists of 24 measures, as ruling over a twofold 12. Farther still, the soul of the world gives life to ultramotive natures, for to these it becomes the fountain and principle of motion, as Plato says in the Phaedrus and Laws. But the demiurgus simply imparts to all things life divine, intellectual, psychical, and that which is divisible about bodies. No one, however, should think that the gods in their generation of secondary natures are diminished, or that they sustain a division of their proper essence in giving subsistence to things subordinate, or that they expose their progeny to the view, externally to themselves, in the same manner as the causes of mortal offspring. Nor, in short, must we suppose that they generate with motion or mutation, but that abiding in themselves they produce, by their very essence, posterior natures, comprehend on all sides their progeny, and supernally perfect the productions and energies of their offspring. Nor again, when it is said that gods are the sons of more total gods, it must be supposed that they are disjoined from more ancient causes, and are cut off from a union with them, or that they receive the peculiarity of their hyparxis through motion, and an indefiniteness converting itself to bound. For there is nothing irrational and without measure in the natures superior to us, but we must conceive that their progressions are effected through similitude, and that there is one communion of essence and an indivisible continuity of powers and energies between the sons of gods and their fathers, all those gods that rank in the second order being established in such as are more ancient, and the more ancient imparting much of perfection, vigor, and efficacious production to the subordinate. And after this manner, we must understand that Jupiter is said to be the son of Saturn, for Jupiter, being the demiurgic intellect, proceeds from another intellect, superior and more uniform, which increases indeed its proper intellections, but converts the multitude of them to union, and multiplies its intellectual powers, but elevates their all various evolutions to impartible sameness. Jupiter, therefore, proximately establishing a communion with this divinity, and being filled from him with total intellectual good, is very properly said to be the son of Saturn, both in hymns and in invocations, as unfolding into light that which is occult, expanding that which is contracted, and dividing that which is impartible in the Saturnian monad, and as emitting a second more partial kingdom instead of that which is more total, a demiurgic instead of a paternal dominion, and an empire which proceeds everywhere instead of that which stably abides in itself. Why does Socrates apprehend the name of King Saturn to be insolent? And looking, to what does he assert this? We reply that, according to the poets, satiety is the cause of insolence. For they thus denominate immoderation and repletion, and they say that satiety brought forth insolence. He, therefore, who looks without attention to the name of Saturn will consider it as signifying insolence. For to him who suddenly hears it, it manifests satiety and repletion. Why, therefore, since a name of this kind is expressive of insolence, do we not pass it over in silence, as not being auspicious and adapted to the gods? May we not say that the royal series of the gods, beginning with Phanes and ending in Bacchus, and producing the same scepter supernally as far as to the last kingdom, Saturn being allotted the fourth royal order, appears according to the fabulous pretext, differently from the other kings, to have received the scepter insolently from heaven, and to have given it to Jupiter. For Night receives the scepter from Phanes, heaven derives from Night the dominion over wholes, and Bacchus, who is the last king of the gods, receives the kingdom from Jupiter. For the Father, Jupiter, establishes him in the royal throne, puts into his hands the scepter, and makes him the king of all the mundane gods. Hear me, ye gods, I place over you a king, says Jupiter to the junior gods. But Saturn alone perfectly deprives heaven of the kingdom, and concedes dominion to Jupiter, cutting and being cut off, as the fable says. Plato, therefore, seeing this succession, which in Saturn is called by theologists insolent, thought it worthwhile to mention the appearance of insolence in the name, that from this he might evince the name is adapted to the god, and that it bears an image of the insolence which is ascribed to him in fables. At the same time he teaches us to refer mythical devices to the truth concerning the gods, and the apparent absurdity which they contain to scientific conceptions. The great, when ascribed to the gods, must not be considered as belonging to interval, but as subsisting intellectually, and according to the power of cause, but not according to partible transcendency. But why does Plato now call Saturn Diavola, the dianoetic part of the soul? May we not say that it is because he looks to the multitude of intellectual conceptions in him, the orders of intelligibles, and the evolution of forms which he contains, since also in the Timaeus he represents the demiurgic intellect as reasoning, and making the world dianoetically energizing, and this in consequence of looking to his partible and divided intellections, according to which he fabricates not only wholes, but parts. When Saturn, however, is called intellect, Jupiter has the order of the dianoetic part, and when again Saturn is called the dianoetic part, we must say that he is so called according to analogy, with reference to a certain other intellect of a higher order. Whether therefore you are willing to speak of intelligible and occult intellect, or of that which unfolds into light, or of that which connectedly contains, or of that which imparts perfection, Saturn will be as the dianoetic part to all these. For he produces united intellection into multitude, and fills himself wholly with excited intelligibles. Once also he is said to be the leader of the Titanic race, and the source of all various separation and diversifying power. And perhaps Plato here primarily delivers twofold interpretations of the name of the Titans, which Iamblichus and Aemilius afterwards adopted. For the one interprets this name from the Titans, extending their powers to all things, but the other from something insectile, because the division and separation of wholes into parts receives its beginning from the Titans. Socrates, therefore, now indicates both these interpretations by asserting of the king of the Titans that he is a certain great dianoetic power, for the term great is a symbol of power pervading to all things, but the term a certain of power proceeding to the most partial natures. The name Saturn is now triply analyzed, of which the first asserting this god to be the plenitude of intellectual good, and to be the satiety of a divine intellect, from its conveying an image of the satiety and repletion which are reprobated by the many, is ejected as insolent. The second also, which exhibits the imperfect and the puerile, is in like manner rejected. But the third, which celebrates this god as full of purity, and as the leader of undefiled intelligence and an undeviating life, is approved. For King Saturn is intellect, and the supplier of all intellectual life, But he is an intelligible exempt from coordination with sensibles, immaterial and separate, and converted to himself. He likewise converts his progeny, and after producing them into light, again embosoms and firmly establishes them in himself. For the demiurgus of the universe, though he is a divine intellect, yet he orderly arranges sensibles and provides for subordinate natures. But the mighty Saturn is essentialized in separate intellections, and which transcend wholes. For the fire which is beyond the first, says the Chaldean oracle, does not incline its power downwards, but the demiurgus is suspended and proceeds from Saturn, being himself an intellect subsisting about an immaterial intellect, energizing about it as the intelligible and producing that which is occult in it into the apparent. For the maker of the world is an intellect of intellect, and it appears to me that as Saturn is the summit of those gods that are properly called intellectual, he is intellect, as with reference to the intelligible genus of gods. For all the intellectual adherents to the intelligible genus of gods, and are conjoined with them, and through intellections. Ye who understand the supermundane paternal profundity, says the hymn to them. But Saturn is intelligible with reference to all the intellectual gods. Purity, therefore, indicates this impartible and imparticipable transcendency of Saturn, for the not coming into contact with matter, the impartible, and an exemption from habitude are signified by purity. Such indeed is the transcendency of this God with respect to all coordination with things subordinate, and such his undefiled union with the intelligible, that he does not require a curetic guard, like Rhea, Jupiter, and Proserpine. For all these, through their progressions into secondary natures, require the immutable defense of the Curities. But Saturn, being firmly established in himself, and hastily withdrawing himself from all subordinate natures, is established above the guardianship of the Curities. He contains, however, the cause of these uniformly in himself. For this purity, and the undefiled which he possesses, gives subsistence to all the progressions of the Curities. Hence, in the oracles, he is said to comprehend the first fountain of the Amalekti, and to ride on all the others. The intellect of the Father, riding on attenuated rulers, they become refulgent with the furrows of inflexible and implacable fire. He is, therefore, pure intellect, as giving subsistence to the undefiled order, and as being the leader of the whole intellectual series. From him leap forth the implacable thunders, and the pressed capacious bosoms of the all-splendid strength of the Father-begotten Hecate, together with the environed flower of fire, and the strong spirit which is beyond the fiery poles. For he convolves all the hebdomad of the fountains, and gives subsistence to it, from his unical and intelligible summit. For he is, as the oracles say, uncut into fragments, uniform and undistributed, and connectedly contains all the fountains, converting and uniting all of them to himself, and being separate from all things with immaculate purity. Hence, he is as an immaterial and pure intellect, and as establishing himself in the paternal silence. He is also celebrated as the Father of fathers. Saturn, therefore, is a father, and intelligible, as with reference to the intellectual gods. Again, every intellect either abides, and is then intelligible, as being better than motion, or it is moved, and is then intellectual, or it is both, and is then intelligible, and at the same time intellectual. The first of these is Phanes, the second, which is alone moved, is Saturn, and the third, which is both moved and permanent, is Heaven. Saturn, from his impartible, unical, paternal, and beneficent subsistence in the intellectual orders, has been considered by some as the same with the one cause of all things. He is, however, only analogous to this cause, just as Orpheus calls the first cause, time, nearly homonymously with Saturn. But the oracles of the gods characterize this deity by the epithet of the Once, calling him once beyond, for the Once is allied to the One. Heaven, the father of Saturn, is an intellect understanding himself indeed, but united to the first intelligibles, in which he is also firmly established, and connectedly contains all the intellectual orders by abiding in intelligible union. This God too is connective, just as Saturn is of a separating peculiarity, and on this account he is Father. For connecting precedes separating causes, and the intelligible and at the same time intellectual, such as are intellectual only. Whence also heaven, being the syneches of wholes, according to one union, gives subsistence to the Titanic series, and prior to this, to other orders of the gods, some of which abide only in him, which he retains in himself. But others both abide and proceed, which he is said to have concealed after they were unfolded into light. And after all these, he gives subsistence to those divine orders which proceed into the universe and are separated from their Father. For he produces twofold monads, and triads and hebdomads equal in number to the monads. These things, however, will be investigated more fully elsewhere. But this deity is denominated according to the similitude of the apparent heaven, for each of them compresses and connects all the multitude which it contains, and causes the sympathy and connection of the whole world to be one. For connection is second to unifying power, and proceeds from it. In the Phaedrus, therefore, Plato delivers to us the production of all secondary natures by heaven, and shows us how this divinity leads upwards and convolves all things to the intelligible. He likewise teaches us what its summit is, what the profundity of its whole order, and what the boundary of the whole of its progression. Here, therefore, investigating the truth of things from names, he declares its energy with respect to things more elevated and simple, and which are arranged nearer to the one. He also clearly appears here to consider the order of heaven as intelligible, and at the same time intellectual. For if it sees things on high, it energizes intellectually, and there is prior to it the intelligible genus of gods, to which looking it is intellectual, just as it is intelligible to the natures which proceed from it. What then are the things on high which it beholds? Is it not evident that they are the supercelestial place, an essence without color, without figure, and without the touch, and all the intelligible extent? An extent comprehending, as Plato would say, intelligible animals, the one cause of all eternal natures, and the occult principles of these. But, as the followers of Orpheus would say, bounded by ether, upwards, and by Phanes, downwards. For all between these two gives completion to the intelligible order. But Plato now calls this both singularly and plurally, since all things are there united, and at the same time each is separated peculiarly, and this according to the highest union and separation. With respect to the term, those who discourse on sublime affairs, we must now consider it in a manner adapted to those who choose an anagogic life, who live intellectually and who do not gravitate to earth, but sublimely tend to a theoretic life. For that which is called earth there maternally gives subsistence to such things as heaven, which is coordinate to that earth, produces paternally. And he who energizes there may be properly called one who discourses about things on high. Heaven, therefore, being of a connective nature, is expanded above the Saturnian orders and all the intellectual series, and produces from himself all the Titanic race, and prior to this, the perfective and defensive orders, and, in short, is the leader of every good to the intellectual gods. Plato, therefore, having celebrated Saturn for his intelligence, which is without habitude to mundane natures, and for his life, which is converted to his own exalted place of survey, now celebrates heaven for another more perfect energy. For to be conjoined to more elevated natures is a greater good than to be converted to oneself. Let no one, however, think that on this account the above-mentioned energies are distributed in the gods, as, for instance, that there is providence alone in Jupiter, a conversion alone to himself in Saturn, and an elevation alone to the intelligible in heaven. For Jupiter no otherwise provides for mundane natures than by looking to the intelligible, since, as Plato says in the Timaeus, intellect understanding ideas in animal itself, thought it requisite that as many and such as it there perceived should be contained in the universe. But as Orpheus says with a divinely inspired mouth, Jupiter swallows his progenitor, Phanes, embosoms all his powers, and becomes all things intellectually, which Phanes is intelligibly. Saturn also imparts to Jupiter the principles of fabrication and of providential attention to sensibles, and understanding himself, he becomes united to first intelligibles, and is filled with the goods which are thence derived. Hence also the theologist, Orpheus, says that he was nursed by night. If therefore the intelligible is nutriment, Saturn is replete not only with the intelligibles coordinated with him, but also with the highest and occult intellections. Heaven himself also fills all secondary natures with his proper goods, but guards all things by his own most vigorous powers. And the Father supernally committed to him the connecting and guarding the causes of eternal animal. But he intellectually perceives himself, and is converted to the intelligibles which he contains. And this, his intelligence, Plato in the Phaedrus calls circulation. For as that which is moved in his circle is moved about its own center, so heaven energizes about its own intelligible according to intellectual circulation. But all the gods, subsisting in all, and each possessing all energies, one transcends more in this, and another in a different energy, and each is particularly characterized according to that in which it transcends. Thus Jupiter is characterized by providence, and hence his name is now thus analyzed. But Saturn, by a conversion to himself, whence also he is inflicted counsel, and heaven by habitude to things more excellent, from which also he receives his appellation. For his giving subsistence to a pure and the Saturnian intellect represents his energy on the other part. But as there are many powers in heaven, such as the connective, guardian, and convertive, you will find that this name is appropriately adapted to all these. For the connective is signified through bounding the intellectual gods, since the connective bounds the multitude which he contains. The power which guards wholes subsists through the termination and security of an intellectual essence, and the convertive power subsists through converting, seeing, and intellectually energizing natures to things on high. But all these are adapted to heaven. For there is no fear that the gods will be dissipated, and that on this account they require connective causes, or that they will sustain mutation, and that on this account they stand in need of the saving aid of guardian causes. But now Socrates at once manifests all the powers of heaven through convertive energy, for this is to behold things on high, to be converted to them, and through this to be connected and defended. And it appears to me that heaven possesses this peculiarity according to analogy to the intelligible eternity and the intelligible wholeness. For Timaeus particularly characterizes eternity by this, for example, by abiding in the one prior to it, and by being established in the summit of intelligibles. And Socrates says that heaven surveys things on high, for example, the supercelestial place, and such things are comprehended in the God-nourished silence of the fathers. As, therefore, Parmenides signifies each of these orders through wholeness, the one through intelligible and the other through intellectual wholeness, in like manner both Timaeus and Socrates characterize them by a conversion to more excellent natures. But the conversion, as well as the wholeness, is different, for that of eternity is intelligible, on which account Timaeus does not say that it looks to its intelligible, but only that it stably abides. But the conversion of heaven is intellectual, and on this account Socrates says that it sees things on high, and through this converts, guards, and connects all things posterior to itself. Once also in the Phaedrus it is said by the circulation of itself to lead all things to the supercelestial place and the summit of the first intelligibles. As there are three fathers and kings, of which Socrates here makes mention, Saturn alone appears to have received the government from his father, and to have transmitted it to Jupiter by violence. Mythologists therefore celebrate the sections of heaven and Saturn, but the cause of this is that heaven is of the connective, Saturn of the titanic, and Jupiter of the demiurgic order. Again, the titanic genus rejoices in separations and differences, progressions and multiplications of powers. Saturn, therefore, as a dividing god, separates his kingdom from that of heaven, but as a pure intellect he is exempt from a fabricative energy proceeding into matter. Hence also the demiurgic genus is again separated from him. Section, therefore, is on both sides of him. So far as he is a Titan, he is cut off from the connective causes, but so far as he does not give himself to material fabrication, he is cut off from the demiurgus Jupiter. With respect, however, to the supercelestial place to which heaven extends his intellectual life, some characterize it by ineffable symbols, but others, after giving it a name, celebrate it as unknown, neither being able to speak of its form or figure. And proceeding somewhat higher than this, they have been able to manifest the boundary of the intelligible gods by name alone. But the natures which are beyond this, they signify through analogy alone, these natures being ineffable and incomprehensible. Since that God who closes the paternal order is said by the wise to be the only deity among the intelligible gods that is denominated, and theurgy ascends as far as to this order. Since, therefore, the natures prior to heaven are allotted such a transcendency of uniform subsistence that some of them are said to be effable and at the same time ineffable, known and at the same time unknown, through their alliance to the One, Socrates very properly restrains the discourse about them, in consequence of names not being able to represent their hyparxis, and in short, because it requires a certain wonderful employment to separate the effable and ineffable of their hyparxis, or power. He accuses, therefore, his memory, not as disbelieving in the fables which assert that there are certain more ancient causes beyond heaven, nor as not thinking it worthwhile to mention them, for in the Phaedrus he himself celebrates the supercelestial place. But he says this because the first of beings cannot become known by the exercise of memory and through fantasy, or opinion, or the dianoetic part. For we are alone naturally adapted to be conjoined to them, with the flower of intellect and the hyparxis of our essence, and through these we receive the sensation of their unknown nature. Socrates therefore says that what in them is exempt, both from our Gnostic and recollective life, is the cause of our inability to give them a name, for they are not naturally adapted to be known through names. Theologists, likewise, would not remotely signify them, and through the analogy of things apparent to them, if they could be named and apprehended by knowledge. Homer does not ascend beyond the Saturnian order, but evincing that Saturn is the proximate cause of the demiurgus, he calls Jupiter, who is the demiurgus, the son of Saturn. He also calls the divinities coordinate with him, Juno, Neptune, and Mars, and he denominates Jupiter the father of men and gods. But he does not introduce Saturn as either energizing or saying anything, but as truly, in consequence of being converted to himself. Orpheus greatly availed himself of the license of fables, and manifests everything prior to heaven by names as far as to the first cause. He also denominates the ineffable, who transcends the intelligible unities, time, whether because time presubsists as the cause of all generation, or because, as delivering the generation of true beings, he thus denominates the ineffable, that he may indicate the order of true beings, and the transcendency of the more total to the more partial, that a subsistence according to time may be the same with a subsistence according to cause, in the same manner as generation with an arranged progression. But Hesiod venerates many of the divine natures in silence, and does not, in short, name the first, for that what is posterior to the first proceeds from something else is evident from the verse, "Chaos of all things was the first produced." For it is perfectly impossible that it could be produced without a cause, but he does not say what that is which gave subsistence to chaos. He is silent indeed with respect to both the fathers of intelligibles, the exempt and the coordinate, for they are perfectly ineffable, and with respect to the two coordinations, the natures which are coordinate with the one, he passes by in silence, but those alone which are coordinate with the indefinite duad, he unfolds through genealogy. And on this account, Plato now thinks Hesiod deserves to be mentioned, for passing by the natures prior to heaven as being ineffable. For this also is indicated concerning them by the oracles, which likewise add, they possess mystic silence. And Socrates himself in the Phaedrus calls the intellectual perception of them unios and imomteia, in which nearly the whole business is ineffable and unknown. The theology of Hesiod from the monad Rhea produces, according to things which are more excellent in the coordination, Vesta, but according to those which are subordinate, Juno, and according to those which subsist between, Ceres. But according to Orpheus, Ceres is in a certain respect the same with the whole of vivification, and in a certain respect is not the same. For on high she is Rhea, but below, in conjunction with Jupiter, she is Ceres. For here the things begotten are similar to the begetters, and are nearly the same. Again, we ought to receive with caution what is now said concerning effluxions and motions, for Socrates does not descend to the immaterial flowing of Heraclitus, for this is false and unworthy the Dianoetic conceptions of Plato. But since it is lawful to interpret things divine analogously through appropriate images, Socrates very properly assimilates fontal and Saturnian deities to streams, in doing so jesting and at the same time acting seriously, because good is always derived, as it were, in streams from on high to things below. Hence, according to the image of rivers, after the fontal deities who eternally devolve streams of good, the deities who subsist as principles are celebrated. For after the fountain of a river, the place where it begins to flow is surveyed. But those divinities who are peculiarly denominated total intellectual gods, of whom the great Saturn is the father, are properly called fontal, for from him leap forth the implacable thunders, says the oracle concerning Saturn. But concerning the vivific fountain Rhea, from which all life, divine, intellectual, psychical, and mundane is generated, the Chaldean oracles thus speak. Rhea is the fountain and river of the blessed intellectual gods. For first receiving the powers of all things in her ineffable bosoms, she pours running generation into everything. For this divinity gives subsistence to the infinite diffusion of all life, and to all never-failing powers. She likewise moves all things according to the measures of divine motions, and converts them to herself, establishing all things in herself as being coordinate to Saturn. Rhea, therefore, is so called from causing a perpetual influx of good, and through being the cause of divine facility, since the life of the gods is attended with ease. Ocean is the cause to all the gods of acute and vigorous energy, and bounds the separations of the first, middle, and last orders, converting himself and to his proper principles through swiftness of intellect, but moving all things from himself to energies accommodated to their natures, perfecting their powers and causing them to have a never-failing subsistence. But Tethys imparts permanency to the natures which are moved by Ocean, and stability to the beings which are excited by him, to the generation of secondary natures. She is also the source of purity of essence to those beings who perpetually desire to produce all things, as sustaining everything in the divine essences which, as it were, leaps forth and percolates. For each of first causes, though it imparts to secondary natures a participation of good, yet at the same time retains with itself that which is undefiled, unmingled, and pure from participation. Thus, for instance, intellect is filled with life, being, and intelligence, with which also it fills soul, but establishing in itself that which in each of these is genuine and exempt, it also illuminates from itself to beings of a subordinate rank, inferior measures of these goods. And vigor of energy indeed is present with more ancient natures through Ocean, but the leaping forth and percolating through Tethys. For everything which is imparted from superior to subordinate natures, whether it be essence, life, or intelligence, is percolated, and such of these as are primary are established in themselves, but such as are more imperfect are transferred to things of a subject order, just as with respect to streams of water, such of them as are nearer their source are purer, but the more remote are more turbid. Both Ocean and Tethys, therefore, are fontal gods, according to their first subsistence. Hence, Socrates now calls them the fathers of streams, but they also proceed into other orders of gods, exhibiting the same powers among the gods who rank as principals or rulers, among those of a liberated and those of a celestial characteristic, and appropriately in each of these. Timaeus, however, celebrates their sublunary orders, calling them fathers of Saturn and Rhea, but the progeny of heaven and earth. But their last processions are their divisible allotments about the earth, both those which are apparent on its surface, and those which under the earth separate the kingdom of Hades from the dominion of Neptune. Saturn is conjoined both to Rhea and Jupiter, but to the former as father to prolific power, but to the latter as father to intelligible intellect. Ocean is said to have married Tethys, and Jupiter Juno, and the like, as establishing a communion with her, conformably to the generation of subordinate natures. For an according co-arrangement of the gods, and a connascent cooperation in their productions, is called by theologists marriage. Tethys is denominated from leaping forth and straining or cleansing, being, as it were, diatethys, and by taking away the first two syllables of Tethys. Saturn is the monad of the Titanic order of the gods, but Jupiter of the Demiurgic. This last divinity, however, is twofold, the one exempt and coordinated with Saturn, being a frontal god, and in short ranking with the intellectual fathers, and convolving the extremity of them. But the other being conumerated with the sons of Saturn, and allotted a Saturnian summit and dominion in this triad, concerning which also the Homeric Neptune says, "As brother gods, we three from Saturn came, and Rhea bore us." And the first Jupiter, indeed, as being the demiurgus of wholes, is the king of things first, middle, and last, concerning whom Socrates also had just said that he is the ruler and king of all things, and life and salvation are imparted to all things through him. But the ruling Jupiter, who ranks as a principal and who is coordinate with the three sons of Saturn, governs the third part of the whole of things according to that of Homer. A triple distribution all things own. He is also the summit of the three, has the same name with the frontal Jupiter, is united to him, and is monadically called Jupiter. But the second is called dyadically marine Jupiter and Neptune, and the third is triadically denominated terrestrial Jupiter, Pluto, and Hades. The first of these also preserves, fabricates, and vivifies summits, but the second things of a second rank, and the third those of a third order. Hence this last is said to have ravished Proserpine, that together with her he might animate the extremities of the universe. The Titanic order dividing itself from the connecting order of heaven, but having also something in itself abiding and connascent with that order, Saturn is the leader of the separation, and on this account he both arms others against his father and receives the scythe from his mother, through which he divides his own kingdom from that of heaven. But Ocean is coordinated with those that abide in the manners of the father, and guards the middle of the two orders, so far as a Titan being conumerated with the gods that subsist with Saturn, but so far as rejoicing in a coordination with heaven, conjoining himself with the Synoches. For it is fit that he who bounds the first and second orders should be arranged in the middle of the natures that are bounded. But everywhere this god is allotted a power of this kind, and separates the genera of the gods, the Titanic from the connecting, and the vivific from the demiurgic. Whence also ancient rumor calls Ocean the god who separates the apparent part of heaven from the unapparent, and on this account poets say that the sun and the other stars rise from the ocean. What is now said, therefore, by Plato comprehends all the Titanic order through these two conjunctions, this order abiding and at the same time proceeding. And through the Saturnian order, indeed, it comprehends everything separated from the fathers, but through that of Ocean, everything conjoined with the connecting gods. Or, if you had rather so speak, through the Saturnian order, he comprehends every maternal case, but through the other, everything subservient to the paternal cause. For the female is the cause of progression and separation, but the male of union and stable permanency. Of the demiurgic triad, which divides the whole world and distributes the indivisible one and whole fabrication of the first Jupiter, the summit, and which has the relation of father, is Jupiter, who, through union with the whole demiurgic intellect having the same appellation with it, is for this reason not mentioned here by Plato. But Neptune is allotted the middle, and that which binds together both the extremes, being filled indeed from the essence of Jupiter, but filling Pluto. For of the whole of this triad, Jupiter indeed is the father, but Neptune the power, and Pluto the intellect, and all indeed are in all, but each receives a different character of subsistence. Thus Jupiter subsists according to being, but Neptune according to power, and Pluto according to intellect. And though all these divinities are the causes of the life of all things, yet one is so essentially, another vitally, and another intellectually. Once also the theologist Orpheus says that the extremes fabricate in conjunction with the prosperine things first and last, the middle being co-arranged with generative cause from his own allotment without prosperine. Hence, violence is said to have been offered to prosperine by Jupiter, but she is said to have been ravished by Pluto. But the middle is said to be the cause of motion to all things. Hence also he is called Earth-shaker, as being the origin of motion. And among those who are allotted the kingdom of Saturn, the middle allotment and the agile sea are assigned to him. According to every division, therefore, the summits are Jovian, the middles belong to Neptune, and the extremes to Pluto. And if you look to the centers, such as the east, that of mid-heaven, and the west, if also you divide the whole world, as for instance into the ineratic, planetary, and sublunary spheres, or again if you divide that which is generated into the fiery, terrestrial, and that which subsists between, or the earth into its summits, middle, and hollow, and subterranean parts, this triad everywhere distributes the first, middle, and last differences of things fabricated in demiurgic boundaries. The name Neptune is now triply analyzed, for Neptune is the trident bearer, and the Tritons and Amphitrite are the familiars of this god. And the first analyzation of his name is from the allotment over which he presides, and from souls coming into generation, in whom the circle of sameness is fettered, since the sea is analogous to generation, but the second is from communion with the first. But Jove was born the first, and more he knows. For a Jupiter of this kind is the proximate intelligible of Neptune, but the third analysis of his name is from his energy in externals, for he is motive of nature, and vivific of things last. He is also the guardian of the earth, and excites it to generations. Neptune is an intellectual demiurgic god, who receives souls descending into generation. But Hades is an intellectual demiurgic god, who frees souls from generation. For as our whole period receives a triple division, into a life prior to generation, which is Jovian, into a life of generation, which is Neptunian, and into a life posterior to generation, which is Plutonian, Pluto, who is characterized by intellect, very properly converts ends to beginnings, effecting a circle without a beginning and without an end, not only in souls, but also in every fabrication of bodies, and in short, of all periods, which circle also he perpetually convolves. Thus, for instance, he converts the ends to the beginnings of the souls of the stars, and the convulsions of the souls about generation, and the like. And hence Jupiter is the guardian of the life of souls prior to generation. Some, however, badly analyze the name of Pluto into wealth from the earth, through fruits and metals, but Hades into the invisible, dark, and dreadful. These Socrates now reprobates, bringing the two names to the same signification, referring the name of Pluto as intellect to the wealth of prudence, but that of Hades to an intellect knowing all things. For this god is a sophist, who, purifying souls after death, frees them from generation. For Hades is not, as some improperly explain it, evil. For neither is death evil, though Hades to some appears to be attended with perturbations, but it is invisible and better than the apparent, such as is everything intelligible. Intellect, therefore, in every triad of beings, convolves itself to being, and the paternal cause, imitating in its energy the circle. Men who are lovers of body badly refer to themselves the passions of the animated nature, and on this account consider death to be dreadful, as being the cause of corruption. The truth, however, is that it is much better for man to die and live in Hades a life according to nature, since a life in conjunction with body is contrary to nature, and is an impediment to intellectual energy. Hence it is necessary to divest ourselves of the fleshly garments with which we are clothed, as Ulysses did of his ragged vestments, and no longer like a wretched mendicant, together with the indigence of body, put on our rags. For as the Chaldean oracle says, things divine cannot be obtained by those whose intellectual eye is directed to body. but those only can arrive at the possession of them who, stripped of their garments, hasten to the summit. Neptune, when compared with Jupiter, is said to know many things, but Hades, compared with souls to whom he imparts knowledge, is said to know all things, though Neptune is more total than Hades. As it is necessary to analyze Pluto, not only into the obvious wealth from the earth, but also into the wealth of wisdom, so likewise Ceres must be analyzed, not only into corporeal nutriment, but beginning from the gods themselves, it is requisite to conceive her to be the supplier of aliment, first to the gods themselves, afterwards to the natures posterior to the gods, and in the last place, that the series of the beneficent energy extends as far as to corporeal nutriment. For the characteristic of love shines forth first of all in the gods, and this is the case with the medicinal and prophetic powers of Apollo, and with those of every other divinity. But nutriment, when considered with reference to the gods, is the communication of intellectual plenitude from more exalted natures to those of an inferior rank. Gods, therefore, are nourished when they view with the eye of intellect gods prior to themselves, and when they are perfected and view intelligible beauties, such as justice itself, temperance itself, and the like, as it is said in the Phaedrus. From sportive conceptions about the gods, it is possible for those to energize enthusiastically, or according to a divinely inspired energy, who apply themselves to things in a more intellectual manner. Thus, for instance, according to the material conceptions of the multitude, Venus derives her origin from foam, and foam corresponds to seed. Hence, according to them, the pleasure arising from this in coition is Venus. Who, however, is so stupid as not to survey primary and eternal natures, prior to such as are last and corruptible? I will therefore unfold the divine conception respecting Venus. They say then that the first Venus was produced from twofold causes. The one is that through which, cooperating with her progression, as calling forth the prolific power of the Father, and imparting it to the intellectual orders. But heaven as the maker and cause unfolding the goddess into light from his own generative abundance. For whence could that which congregates different genera, according to one desire of beauty, receive its substance except from the synochial power of heaven? From the foam, therefore, of his own prolific parts thrown into the sea, heaven produced this goddess, as Orpheus says. But the second Venus, Jupiter, produces from his own generative powers in conjunction with Dione, and this goddess likewise proceeds from foam, after the same manner with the more ancient Venus, as Orpheus evinces. These goddesses, therefore, differ from each other, according to the causes of their production, their orders, and their powers. For she that proceeds from the genitals of heaven is supermundane, leads upwards to intelligible beauty, is the supplier of an unpolluted life, and separates from generation. But the Venus that proceeds from Dione governs all the coordinations in the celestial world and the earth, binds them to each other, and perfects their generative progressions through a kindred conjunction. These divinities, too, are united with each other through a similitude of subsistence, for they both proceed from generative powers, one from that of the connectedly containing power of heaven, and the other from Jupiter, the demiurgus. But the sea signifies an expanded and circumscribed life, its profundity the universally extended progression of such a life, and its foam the greatest purity of nature, that which is full of prolific light and power, and that which swims upon all life, and is, as it were, its highest flower. According to Orpheus, Ceres is the same with Rhea, for he says that subsisting on high in unproceeding union with Saturn, she is Rhea, but that by emitting and generating Jupiter, she is Ceres. For thus he speaks, "The goddess who was Rhea, when she bore Jove, became Ceres." But Hesiod says that Ceres is the daughter of Rhea. It is, however, evident that these theologists harmonize, for whether this goddess proceeds from union with Saturn to a secondary order, or whether she is the first progeny of Rhea, she is still the same. Ceres, therefore, thus subsisting and receiving the most ancient and ruling order from the whole vivific Rhea, and comprehending the middle centers of whole vivification, she fills all supermundane natures with the rivers of all perfect life, pouring upon all things vitally, indivisibly, and uniformly. Prior, however, to all this, she unfolds to us the demiurgic intellect, Jupiter, and imparts to him the power of vivifying wholes. For as Saturn supplies her from on high with the cause of being, so Ceres, from on high and from her own prolific bosoms, pours forth vivification to the demiurgus. But possessing herself the middle of all vivific deity, she governs the whole fountains which she contains, and comprehends the one bond of the first and last powers of life. She stably convolves too, and contains all secondary fountains. But she leads forth the uniform causes of prior natures to the generation of others. This goddess, too, comprehends Vesta and Juno. In her right hand parts Juno, who pours forth the whole order of souls, but in her left hand parts Vesta, who leads forth all the light of virtue. Hence Ceres is with great propriety called by Plato Mother, and at the same time the supplier of aliment. For, so far as she comprehends in herself the cause of Juno, she is a mother, but as containing Vesta in her essence, she is the supplier of aliment. But the paradigm of this goddess is Night, for immortal Night is called the nurse of the gods. Night, however, is the cause of aliment intelligibly, for that which is intelligible is, according to the oracle, the aliment of the intellectual orders of gods. But Ceres, first of all, separates the two kinds of aliment in the gods, as Orpheus says. She cares for powers ministrant, whether they or gods precede or follow or surround. Ambrosia and tenacious nectar red are two the objects of her bounteous care. Last to the bee her providence extends, who gathers honey with resounding hum. Ceres, therefore, our sovereign mistress, not only generates life, but that which gives perfection to life, and this from supernal natures to such as are last. For virtue is the perfection of souls. Hence mothers, who are connected with the circulations of time, bring forth their offspring in imitation of this twofold and eternal generation of Ceres. For at the same time that they send forth their young into the light, they extend to them milk naturally produced as their food. Again, the conjunction of the demiurgic intellect with the vivific causes is triple, for it is conjoined with the fountains prior to itself, is present with its kindred coordinate natures, and co-energizes with the orders posterior to itself. For it is present with the mother prior to itself, convertively, with Proserpine posterior to itself providentially, and with Juno coordinate to itself with amatory energy. Hence Jupiter is said to be enamored of Juno. And now I love thee. And this love indeed is legal, but the other two appear to be illegal. This goddess, therefore, produces from herself, in conjunction with the demiurgus and father, all the genera of souls, the supermundane and mundane, the celestial and sublunary, the divine, angelic, demoniacal, and partial. After a certain manner, too, she is divided from the demiurgus, but in a certain respect she is united to him. For Jupiter is said, in the Philebus, to contain a royal intellect and a royal soul, for he contains uniformly the paternal and maternal cause of the world, and the fountain of souls is said to be in Jupiter, just as, again, the intelligence of Jupiter is said to be first participated by Juno. For no other divinity, says Jupiter in Homer, knows my mind prior to Juno. Through this ineffable union, therefore, of these divinities, the world participates of intellectual souls. They also give subsistence to intellects who are carried in souls, who together with them give completion to the whole fabrication of things. The series of our sovereign mistress, Juno, beginning from on high, pervades to the last of things, and her allotment in the sublunary region is the air. For air is a symbol of soul, according to which also soul is called a spirit, just as fire is an image of intellect, but water of nature, by which the world is nourished, through which all nutriment and increase are produced. But earth is the image of body, through its gross and material nature. Hence Homer, obscurely signifying this, represents Juno suspended with two anvils under her feet, for the air is allotted two heavy elements beneath itself. For fair-eyed venerable Juno sent the sun to the streams of the ocean, is from the same conception. for he calls the thick cloud produced by Juno the setting of the sun. The assertion likewise that the end of this name will be conjoined with the beginning, if anyone frequently repeats the name of the goddess, evinces the conversion of rational souls to her which proceed from her, and that voice is air that is struck. On this account also the voice of rational animals is especially dedicated to this goddess, who made the horse of Achilles to become vocal. But Socrates now delivers these three vivific monads in a consequent order. For example, Ceres, Juno, Proserpine, calling the first the mother, the second the sister, and the third the daughter of the demiurgus. All of them, however, are partakers of the whole of fabrication, the first in an exempt manner and intellectually, the second in a frontal manner, and at the same time in a way adapted to a principle, and the third in a manner adapted to a principle and leader. Of these goddesses, the last possesses triple powers, and impartibly and uniformly comprehends three monads of gods, but she is called Kore, through the purity of her essence and her undefiled transcendency in her generations. She also possesses a first, middle, and last empire, and according to her summit, indeed, she is called Diana by Orpheus, but according to her middle, Proserpine, and according to the extremity of the order, Minerva. Likewise, according to an hyparxis, transcending the other powers of this triple vivific order, the dominion of Hecate is established, but according to a middle power, and which is generative of wholes, that of soul, and according to intellectual conversion, that of virtue. Kore, therefore, subsisting on high and among these supermundane gods, uniformly extends this triple order of divinities, and together with Jupiter generates Bacchus, who impartibly presides over partible fabrication. But beneath, in conjunction with Pluto, she is particularly beheld according to the middle peculiarity, for it is this which, proceeding everywhere, imparts vivification to the last of things. Hence she is called Proserpine, because she especially associates with Pluto, and together with him orderly distributes the extremities of the universe. And according to her extremities, indeed, she is said to be a virgin and to remain undefiled, but according to her middle, to be conjoined with Hades, and to beget the Furies in these subterranean regions. She therefore is also called Kore, but after another manner than the supermundane and ruling Kore. For the one is the connective unity of the three vivific principles, but the other is the middle of them, in herself possessing the peculiarities of the extremes. Hence in the Proserpine conjoined with Pluto, you will find the peculiarities of Hecate and Minerva, but these extremes subsist in her occultly, while the peculiarity of the middle shines forth, and that which is characteristic of ruling soul, which in the supermundane Kore was of a ruling nature, but here subsists according to a mundane peculiarity. Proserpine is denominated either through judging of forms and separating them from each other, thus obscurely signifying the oblation of slaughter, or through separating souls perfectly from bodies, through a conversion to things on high, which is the most fortunate slaughter and death, to such as are worthy of it. But the name Ferafata, according to a contract with generation, is adapted to Proserpine, but according to wisdom and counsel, to Minerva. At the same time, however, all the appellations by which she is distinguished are adapted to the perfection of soul. On this account also she is called Proserpine, and not by the names of the extremes, since that which was ravished by Pluto is the middle, the extremes at the same time being firmly established in themselves, according to which Kore is said to remain a virgin. With respect to our sovereign mistress, Diana, Plato delivers three peculiarities of her, the undefiled, the mundane, and the anagogic. And through the first of these, indeed, the goddess is said to be a lover of virginity, but through the second, according to which she is perfective of works, she is said to be the inspective guardian of virtue, and through the third, she is said to hate the impulses arising from generation. Of these three, likewise, the first is especially adapted to the progression of the goddess, according to which she is allotted an hyparxis in the vivific triad of the supermundane gods, whether we call this deity Hecatic, as theurgists say, or Diana with Orpheus. For there being established, she is filled with undefiled powers from the gods called Amelicti, but she looks to the fountain of virtue, and embraces its virginity. For the virginity which is there does not proceed forth, as the oracle says, but abiding gives subsistence to Diana and to supermundane virtue, and is exempt from all communion, conjunction, and progression, according to generation. Hence Kore also, according to the Diana and Minerva which she contains, is said to remain a virgin, but according to the prolific power of Proserpine, she is said to proceed forth, and to be conjoined with the third demiurgus, and to bring forth, as Orpheus says, 9 azure-eyed, flower-producing daughters, since the Diana and the Minerva which she contains preserve their virginity always the same. For the former of these is characterized according to her stability, but the latter according to her convertive energy. But that which is generative is allotted in her a middle order. They say too that she aspires after virginity, since the form of her is comprehended in the vivific fountain, and she understands fontal virtue, gives subsistence to supermundane and anagogic virtue, and despises all material sexual connection, though she inspects the fruits arising from it. She appears also to be averse to the generations and progressions of things, but to introduce perfections to them. And she gives perfection indeed to souls through a life according to virtue, but to mortal animals she imparts a restitution to form. But that there is a great union between Diana, the mundane Hecate, and Kore is evident to those that are in the least degree conversant with the writings of Orpheus, from which it appears that Latona is comprehended in Ceres, and together with Jupiter gives subsistence to Kore and the mundane Hecate, to which we may also add that Orpheus calls Diana Hecate, so that it is nothing wonderful if we should elsewhere call the Diana contained in Kore Hecate. The wise man venerates the last and mundane progression of the gods, though, as Plato says, they are sports through these gods, for example, Venus and Bacchus, being lovers of sport. For as he says of the terminations of the other gods, that they are terrible, and that they avenge and punish, and thus give perfection to souls, as for instance that justice follows Jupiter, the avenger of the divine law, and that this divinity is benevolent to those whose manners are orderly, and who live according to intellect, but that she is baneful to those who mingle their life with insolence and ignorance, until she has entirely subverted them, their houses and cities. In like manner, he venerates the terminations of Bacchus and Venus, which produce sweetness of sensation, everywhere purifying our conceptions concerning the gods, and preparing us to understand that all things look to the best end, whatever it may be. For because the terminations of these divinities strengthen the infirmity of the mortal nature, and recall corporeal molestation, on this account the gods, the causes of these things, are lovers of sport. Hence of statues they make some of them laughing and dancing, and exhibiting relaxation, but others austere, astonishing, and terrible to the view, analogously to the mundane allotments of the gods. That theologists frequently call Bacchus wine, from the last of his gifts, as for instance Orpheus. Take all the members of wine that are distributed in the world, and bring them to me. But if the god is thus denominated, certainly his first and middle energies will be thus called, as well as his last, so that Socrates, now looking to this, calls the god beginning from wine, which, as we have said, manifests all the powers of the god. Thus also in the Phaedrus, Socrates calls love in common great, both that which is divine and that which is a lover of body. By this epithet, wine, therefore, we must understand that the peculiarity of a partial intellect is in common presented to our view. For the word oluv, such as, is nothing else than intellectual form separated from a total intellect, and in consequence of this becoming participated, particular, and alone. For an all-perfect intellect is all things, and energizes according to all things with invariable sameness. But a partial and participated intellect is indeed all things, but this according to one form, such as a solar, lunar, or mercurial form. This, therefore, the peculiarity of which is to be separated from the rest, wine indicates, signifying an intellect such as and particular. Since, therefore, every partial fabrication is suspended from the Dionysiacal monad, which distributes participated mundane intellects from total intellect, or the intellect which ranks as a whole, many souls from one soul, and all sensible forms from their proper totalities. On this account, theologists call both this God and all his fabrications wine. For all these are the progeny of intellect, and some things participate of the partial distribution of intellect in a more distant, but others in a nearer degree. Wine, therefore, energizes in things analogously to its subsistence in them, in body, indeed, after the manner of an image, according to a false opinion and imagination, but in intellectual natures according to an intellectual energy and fabrication, since in the laceration of Bacchus by the Titans, the heart of the god, in other words, the indivisible essence of intellect, is said to have alone remained undistributed. Again, theologists especially celebrate two powers of our sovereign mistress, Minerva, the defensive and perfective, the former preserving the order of wholes undefiled and unvanquished by matter, and the latter filling all things with intellectual light, and converting them to their cause. And on this account, Plato, also in the Timaeus, analogously celebrates Minerva as philopolemic and philosophic. But three orders of this goddess are delivered by theologists, the one frontal and intellectual, according to which she establishes herself in her father Jupiter and subsists in unproceeding union with him, but the second ranks among the supermundane gods, according to which she is present with Kore, and bounds and converts all the progression of that goddess to herself, and the third is liberated, according to which she perfects and guards the whole world, and circularly invests it with her powers, as with a veil, binding together all the mundane summits and giving subsistence to all the allotments in the heavens, and to those which proceed into the sublunary region. Now, therefore, Socrates celebrates her guardian power through the name of Pallas, but her perfective power through that of Minerva. She is the cause, therefore, of orderly and measured motion, which she first imparts to the curetic order, and afterwards to the other gods. For Minerva, according to this power, is the leader of the Curetes, as Orpheus says, whence also, as well as those divinities, she is adorned with Empyrean arms, through which she represses all disorder, preserves the demiurgic series immovable, and unfolds dancing through rhythmical motion. She also guards reason as it proceeds from intellect, through this power vanquishing matter. For the visible region, says Timaeus, is mingled from intellect and necessity, the latter being obedient to the former, and all material causes being in subjection to the will of the Father. It is this goddess, therefore, who arranges necessity under the productions of intellect, raises the universe to the participation of Jupiter, excites and establishes it in the port of its Father, and externally guards and defends it. Hence, if the universe is said to be indissoluble, it is this goddess who supplies its permanency. And if it moves in measured motion through the whole of time, according to one reason and order, she is the source of this supply. She watchfully surveys, therefore, all the fabrication of her Father, and connects and converts it to him, and vanquishes all material indefiniteness. Hence, she is called Victory and Health. The former because she causes intellect to rule over necessity and form over matter, and the latter because she preserves the world perpetually whole, perfect, exempt from age and free from disease. It is the property, therefore, of this goddess to elevate and distribute, and through an intellectual dance, as it were, to connect, establish, and defend inferior natures in such as are more divine. The End.